threat. It's a bet. Yo. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. None less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah. It's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah. Ooh. Yo. Whoa. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. In respect. It's a check. None less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Woo. Get tossed. Let's go.
Like a threat. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. None less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah. It's a bet.
Welcome along everyone to Matchday 4 of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023, one of the biggest and best eFootball tournaments here in the world, as well as one of the biggest and best in terms of featuring clubs from Europe. Now, for those of you who have been with us along the way, along the journey, you will have seen the last few matches that we've started off by showing you a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at our studios here in Barcelona. You may well remember that over here was the Lions Den. You can see some of the players. Give us a nice little wave, guys. Say hello to everyone at home. There you go, give us a thumbs up. They're obviously well prepped and ready to go. We've shown you the other day as well, the gallery where the magic happens, and we've also shown you the main stage. Come over here, we have a nice little perspective up here. There's Harry Wezza. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
Brilliant stuff. We've got the camera crew, we've got everybody down there as well ready to go, and we hope that you are as well. Here we've got the VIP area. There's some couches here, the Konami managers, the club managers, as well as some of the adrenaline staff. They've kicked up their feet. They've got a nice big screen television here as well to watch all of the action. And so there you have it. This is the place to be, right? Well, we hope that all of you are ready to go too. So grab the popcorn, hop on a couch, kick up your feet as well, and get ready because the spectacle starts now. So there you have it. As we said, today is match day 4. We still have 4 more rounds of action to go, then including the elimination rounds, until we finally see who lifts the coveted eFootball Championship Pro trophy. I'm Samara Hunter. I'll be your host for today as well as throughout the entirety of this competition. I'm very pleased to say we're here once again in Barcelona as usual, and I'm here as well with my dynamic duo commentary team of Harry, Shannon, as well as Stuart Wesley. Wezza, guys, happy Saturday. How are you?
Well, doing really well, actually. I mean, it's hotting up outside. Hopefully it'll hot up here in the studio as well as the world starts to get a little bit warmer around this time of year. We've got some good games today. I'm really looking forward to it.
Speaking of hotting up, I tell you what, he came prepared today. He came with his shorts. He's enjoying the sunshine, the nice weather, Barcelona.
I'm in pure holiday mode. Absolutely pure holiday mode. But the good news is for the viewers at home, we have got a match day full of titanic battles that we can't wait to get into.
Yes, we can't wait to get into it. But we do have to be a little bit patient because we do want to remind you all a little bit of what happened in the last match day 3. We can take a quick refresher look at some of the results. We can start there. Why not then? And you'll see here that you may well remember it was, for example, help me out, guys. Here we go. Arsenal, who picked up all 9 points, the second club to do so in this competition. So that's quite a record. Unfortunately for Manchester United, that meant that they got no points on the board. Then we saw Bayern München making up for some lost ground as well with 7 points. Barcelona picking up 7 as well to put them in pole position. What are some of the other things we should really remember, standout moments from last time?
Well, it really was the story of the winners and losers from Matchday 3, wasn't it? You look at Bayern, Barcelona, Monaco, Arsenal taking away huge points from that particular match day. On the other side, you'll be looking at some of the clubs there that maybe didn't perform as well as they could. They need to start stepping up their game if they want to, keep chasing up to these clubs in the league table.
Yeah, I think looking just to pinpoint a couple of things, obviously Manchester United would be bitterly disappointed not coming away with any points. But a word to go for Monaco, reigning champions, and now starting to slowly find their feet. Cam's pulled out a 4-3 victory, managed to get himself his first win on the board, and that might just give him a bit of confidence going into today's match day.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the league table then in the standings, see how everyone is shaping up before they head into the 4th round of action then for today. As we said, if you're a fan of the Barcelona side, side, well then you'll be all smiles because they are leading the pack with 19 points on the board. But Arsenal nipping at the heels, just 1 point behind them with 18. Bayern München, the Bavarians, making up for lost ground, as we said. Third in the table with 15 points. AC Milan, the Matchday 1 leaders, well they've slipped down into 4th, so they'll be looking to regain their spot at the top of the lot. AS Monaco, the reigning champions, you said, kind of like sleeping giants waking up here. AS Roma have managed to get themselves in the top 6. And Manchester United, FC Inter, plenty of work then to be done for those two today if they don't want to be left behind.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly. When you look at the league table, you may think, yeah, Inter a little bit adrift here. You have to remember every single match day you have 9 points up for grabs. So if Inter have an absolute flyer today, they could find themselves well within that top 6. So same goes for Manchester United and any of the clubs here in this competition. It can change so violently on any match day.
Well, the thing is, with all of these match days now ticking down, the key part is to be in that final 6. You don't want to be in 7th and 8th when the music stops. And certainly these teams, given how close it is, in that kind of last 3 positions between 4th and 6th, it can be any one of those teams. And as Harry said, because of those 9 points that are on offer, anybody can go flying up the table here.
So not only are they playing eFootball, they're playing musical chairs, apparently.
They may just be. They may just be. They may just be. With their teammates, they may just be.
I was never any good at that game.
Well, neither am I. I'm the one standing. The two of you got the chairs. So, right, well, let's take a look at the leading goal scorers then. So far, as Mekabil is the first player to have reached double digits. 10 goals to his name so far. He's overtaken the likes of Roxa, Etorito. Both of them have 9 goals. I'm sure they'll be looking to add to that tally for today. And Dominator, you may well remember, 5 goals in 1 game. Very impressive as well. Well, he sits 4th in the list. And you've got 5 players on 6 goals so far. I imagine we might see maybe some surprises, new names popping up in the top 10, or maybe a new leader perhaps?
Yeah, you mentioned all those players there on 6 goals. The one I really want to highlight is the man sat at number 8 there, Merriman for Inter. 6 goals, which is really healthy. No points so far, absolutely none to his name. He'll want to change that if Inter's fortunes need to turn around this season. The top 3, super healthy. I mean, the top 5 really just star-studded. So a nice little pack behind him on 6 goals as well.
Yeah, it just kind of pinpoints just how unlucky Merriman's been in match day 2 and 3. Last-minute winners in both of those games. I'm hoping he doesn't make it an unfortunate hat-trick today. Then, of course, you look at the 2 out of the top 3 there are 2 out of the 3 who have not lost any points going forward. They have won all of their games in Roxa and Ettore, so it'll be interesting whether they can continue that good form today as well.
Well, to borrow from the words of Johan Cruyff, you can score lots of goals as long as you defend as well. So score more than you concede and you're all good to go. We'll see if it works out for Merriman and FC Inter then later on. But talking about all of these goals and so many beautiful ones as well, it's time to find out who picked up the award for the best goal of the day for match day 3. Let's find out who the lucky winner is.
The other side next are looking very strained, and well, some defence to put into practice here as Smith Rowe trying to beat Varane. Inside to Odegaard, Trossard as well, beats Casemiro, and oh yes, what a goal that is! Roxa opens the scoring in quite some fashion.
I'm Matt Turner from Arsenal, and I want to wish the best of luck to our team in the eFootball Championship Pro competition. On behalf of everyone at Arsenal, congratulations to the players of our esports team for competing in the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season. We wish you all the best of luck. Let's go, Arsenal!
So there you have it. The winner for the best goal of the day award for match day 3 is none other than Arsenal's Roxa. Please give a warm welcome and a round of applause to the main man himself now as he comes out onto the stage to pick up his mighty handsome award. You can hold it if you want. Go ahead. Please do. We're going to give you both. It's just that I want to keep your hands busy here. You've got a nice prize, 5,000 euros. Go ahead. Come round. Don't be shy. Here you go. I'll give you that as well. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
I'm feeling very good, to be honest.
Yeah, brilliant. Do you have any idea maybe what you want to invest this
To
nice
be
little
honest,
prize on?
I already spent this because I buy a new car, so it's good.
So it's the universe's way of paying you back for buying a new car. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what about today? How are you feeling? You've got a tough competitor. You've got AS Monaco, reigning champions, are starting to come alive now in the competition.
Yeah, it's true. The last 4 seasons they are 3 times winners, so we respect them. But we are Arsenal and we will try to repeat the same game like previous. So 9 points.
Well, good luck to you. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. And let's go ahead and give him another round of applause, everyone. Applause, I should say, for his big prize. Thank you. So there you go. All of our players have the opportunity to get their hands on €5,000 for picking up the Best Goal of the Day award. And of course, there's more prizes as well throughout this season. The winner of the MVP award for the regular season will pick up €15,000, and the MVP award for the elimination round will also get their hands on €10,000. So plenty of things to be excited about then here at the eFootball Championship Pro competition. But of course, there's plenty more to look ahead to as well. So why don't we turn our attentions to Matchday 4 then and see what's coming up for you right now. Hello and welcome along to the eFootball Championship Pro, eFootball's professional esports tournament featuring 8 of the biggest and best European clubs as well as some of the very best esports players on the planet.
Not happy with the referee by the sounds of it, but again, Arsenal won't care if they can profit from it.
Goes for goal under the wall! That is something special, and what a way to break your duck, Ostrubuch! Go either way. Diatta here for Cams. Minamino! Cams back in front here. Because Mujahid was chasing for that second. He's going to have to continue to do so. Cross to Coman! The equaliser lasted about 30 seconds. Is this the winner? Turns, still has a chance. Oh, Dembele's still there! And it does go in!
AS Roma are going to be against Manchester United. Manchester United will start first once again.
I think it's going to be a real test of Arsenal's title challenge, so to speak.
I think we will play the best team. Of course, 9 points against Manchester. Manchester is favorite this year. 9 points against them. It's a really good team. They have a good roster, and I think it will be a great match.
AS Monaco, yeah, the 3 times champion. It's always going to be tough. But yeah, we are the Arsenal. We got 3 amazing players, 3 amazing individuals, and hopefully we can perform as well over there. So.
Barcelona, the league leaders at present against AC Milan, against the former league leaders.
It will be hard because they have a lot of points even. So we will try to train a lot again. Who knows? But for the moment, we are happy for this, and let's see.
When it comes to Inter, 7 points away, so they really have a tough mountain to climb over the next few weeks.
We knew Inter Milan because Matador and Meromir are former players from Schalke. I think they have a really good roster now. With Arda is a new young talent. We expect a lot of him from now and in advance. So I think it can be a really good match day.
So guys, there's an interesting trend that's shaping up when it comes to the winner of the goal of the day. You guys have probably picked up on this, knowing the 2 of you, but you may well remember the winner of the goal of the day for Matchday 1 was Sassinho. On Matchday 2, it was Nexa who got that award by playing against Sassinho. Then on Matchday 3, just now, it was Roxa by getting it against Nexa. So it seems as though whoever wins the goal of the day awards is actually getting it from the previous winner.
So what you're saying
I'm saying is maybe we're seeing an interesting pattern develop today.
Goes up against Roxa, could be in with a little bit of a bonus.
Well,
here.
that'll be one that we'll have to keep our eye on, certainly. But you've stumped us for once with stats. We've been done over.
No idea about that.
No idea.
Yep, you caught us off guard.
Yeah, you try to pull that one off as if you did, no, but it's all good. Anyway, why don't we go ahead and take a look then at match day 4 and see the running order for the day, see which games are going to be played and when, or I should say matchups rather. And it all starts off very soon, in just a few minutes actually, between FC Barcelona. Sorry, my mistake. It's actually Roma against Manchester United. Then it's going to be AS Monaco, the reigning champions, against Arsenal at 2:30. We've got Barcelona against AC Milan, the current leaders against the former leaders. And last but not least, at 5 o'clock, FC Inter, that are definitely looking to make up some missed points, we should say, against Bayern Munich as well. So what are some of the main storylines? What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the top and the bottom billing here today. First up, AS Roma versus Manchester United, separated by just 2 points in the table. So that could be a real swing match, a real, well, what do they call it? A real 18-pointer, I suppose, with 9 points up for grabs per match here on match day number 4. The other one is, of course, Inter versus Bayern. We're looking at Inter to really start picking up points here. We want them to be involved in that playoff chase. They're going to need to start securing some points soon if that's going to happen.
I have a feeling you're going to point out match 2 because we want to see a battle of the brothers, right? You've got a specific name, a great name lined up for it.
I am a man about drama, ladies and gentlemen. I am a man about drama. I'm slightly selfish. I do want to see AS Monaco versus Arsenal. Of course, if you're unaware, Monaco's new signing, Milos, is Ostrubuch's brother, who plays for Arsenal. If we can get the marry up of those two together, we'll have a Z-Tech Mega Bowl. I'm very much on board for that. If we can get that, that'd be great. But even when you look at, we look at sibling rivalry, we look at rivalry from the clubs, it's more so the story of how that's going to affect the table. These two teams have both got aspirations to be top 2. I spoke to Roxa earlier on, and it was, the goal isn't top 6, it's top 2. So, and of course Monaco being defending champions, they're now finding their feet. What's now going to happen next? So again, that question is one we're going to answer shortly.
Well, I have a different question that we're going to answer right now, in fact, in terms of what's coming up next. And it has to do with what all of you at home, our loyal and faithful eFootball fans, can actually get your hands on, because the prizes are not just for the players here, they're also for all of you as well. So guys, tell them, what can they win?
Well, thanks to Konami's viewing campaign this season, as you can see on your screen, you can win, or earn, I should say, 500 eFootball points. You're watching the match streaming service already. All you have to do, open your eFootball client, click the banner somewhere on the screen there, and voila, 500 eFootball points just like that. That's all you have to do.
You made that sound really simple, but this one's a little bit more complex. This is the victory giveaway campaign, and it relies on the players within the eFootball Championship Pro. Now, for each participating club, each victory will equal a giveaway. As you can see, some of the prizes that are on your screens here, you're talking jerseys, balls, hats, anything that has a club insignia on it, they seemingly will be giving away, but they will only be doing that on their official channels. So keep it posted and keep it locked to their channels for further information.
Okay, well, I'm still, for one, very disappointed to not see you fully dripped in the merch, but I know it's happening.
Need to make it happen. Need to make it happen.
My dream will become a reality soon enough, and then it'll be your turn, Harry. So things to look forward to. Well, guess what, guys? That's not all. There's still plenty more things for you to walk away with here. And in fact, we have an exclusive set of cards. Many of you already know about this by now. Maybe some of you don't, but we're calling it the Club Selection Cards. Volume 1, unfortunately, is already completely sold out. You can't get that anymore, but Volume 2 is currently available, but only for another 2 more weeks until April 23rd. And I'm telling you guys, people are loving it. Fans are loving it. They're so excited about it. There's all kinds of great features, upgraded features that are included with these cards. For example, more speed, better shooting, higher skills. But what is it specifically that they'll find in Volume 2?
Yeah, I think, from my perspective as a former player, as a former competitor, and certainly for the guys here that are competing, you'd be looking at teams that will look for reinforcements. Monaco and certainly I believe Roma have got some more reinforcements down the way here. And you look at the likes of Briambola, who could make an impact for Monaco because they're lacking that kind of statement forward. And from a player perspective, they'll be looking at what ways they can change their teams, especially AC Milan as well. They may not employ Zlatan Ibrahimovic, they may be the new Ante Rebic card. So there's all of these different kind of wrinkles that you'll be looking at and how it'll affect these teams.
Yeah, of course, it's not just the pro players that we'll see here on the stage that get to benefit from this. Everyone at home can as well. When I'm looking at my team, I'm looking at areas that I need to strengthen. I'm looking at Luke Shaw, left back. That's a big problem for me. So I'm looking forward to picking up some of these players and inserting them into my team.
All right, well, there you go. Follow the likes of these two over here. You know what to do. Get your hands on that to enhance your experience in the game as well. Speaking of which, a friendly reminder to collect your 500 eFootball points as well by entering the streaming from within the game. And of course, you can get Volume 2 of these cards until April 23rd. So just 2 more weeks. Make sure that you stay up to date on the latest news about that on all of our social media channels. Well, let's go ahead then and get ready for the big day ahead, and help me in warming up by bringing out the first 2 clubs of the day. It's AS Roma against Manchester United.
The pro player of AS Roma eSport. My passion as a child is football. I played 10 years in Italy, in Turin, but now I'm living in Iași. For me, Iași is one of the best city of Romania. Now I want to show you one of the best places in Iași. I really like to come here with my friends, with my family, to walk and to relaxing together. But now it's time to training for next match day. See you on YouTube channel of eFootball and in Barcelona. Dai Roma!
Hey guys, it's Sophie from Manchester United. Konami asked me to show you what can I do all in my days other than training. I practice a lot of football. So I will show you today. Today is Sunday. And what means Sunday? Sunday means a league day, a match day. So I'm following, I'm watching the game of the first team. It's a league match which is very important for the team because we are third of the league and we are fighting to be qualified directly to the European competition next season. So I'm watching at the moment the match, and it's like all the weekend, it's our routine of when it's a match on the weekend. We like to see the game together with my teammate Kidzu and to live the match together because we support the team for sure, because we are esports player of the team, but above all we are fans of the team. So we hope we can win this game today, and in bonus we always hope that a player can score 2 or 3 goals or make 2 or 3 assists, because we know it can mean we can have him like a player of the week the next week, and it can help us at the eFootball Championship Pro. So yeah, hope for the win today. Let's go United!
Well, thank you very much to Semra getting us to this point as always. Thank you to the players as well. Speaking of the players, Wes, some players omitted today, just the one actually, from the AS Roma starting lineup. Those keen-eyed viewers at home can see no Irma here today. That is a big loss for Roma. He's procured 7 of their 11 points thus far, 6 goals contributed as well. So it's up to Stifler, it's up to Gagliardo here to really prove their worth to this AS Roma team as they go up against a very close rival in the league table in Manchester United.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, eagle-eyed viewers will see an empty chair there and, you know, just be remiss to say it's heavy snowfall in Romania that has not allowed Irma to travel, and as such, one of the AS Roma players will be pulling double duty. Of course, we'll find that out as we find these matchups as we see them. It looks as though it's going to be Stifler versus Nexa to lead us off here. And again, that does, as I say, puts a little bit of pressure onto the guys from Roma and Stifler and Gagliardo as to we now need to perform. Our main point getter is not here. We now need to kind of step up to the plate in his absence. But again, it's against a very difficult Manchester United team who will be smarting after Matchday 3.
Yeah, Matchday 3, as you said, not the prettiest of viewing for United fans. Just weren't able to pick up a single point against a very in-form Arsenal team. They'll be hoping their luck will switch over on this match day. Stifler versus Nexa first though. We're moments away from kickoff while there are some last minute adjustments. Looking at the two players, almost identical in form really. 4 goals for Stifler, 4 goals for Nexa. The difference, of course, just the 1 point between these two particular players. Stifler has procured 3 for Roma and Nexa has got himself 4 for Manchester United. So form very similar, goals scored very similar. Do you think this could be a potential stalemate to open matchday? But I don't want to
you don't want to chance it. You don't want to, you don't want the commentator's curse here. But
when you're looking at the stats, it looks like it might lead towards that.
Yeah, you can prove anything with facts and with stats, Harry. And certainly, as the form book and as the stats do suggest, you may look at a stalemate. However, as we know within eFootball, as we know within the eFootball Championship Pro, anything can happen once the game kicks off. So it's one of these things where you've got to keep your eyes peeled. And as you can see at the bottom, our audience poll of which team is more favoured in the chat, it's looking like it's more of a Red Devils type of chat room at the moment, with 65% being of Manchester United.
United fans out in full force for this one. Team selection process underway, as you can see, which means we're moments from kickoff. It's my favourite time of the month. It really is. When you sit down for a match day, match 1, game 1. You get to kick it all off, and what a game we have here too. Stifler for Roma. It is Nexa for Manchester United. Hate to ask you, Ez, but if you had to lean one way in this one, it's a tough one, isn't it? I can see you grimacing.
It is a tough one, just because of the, as we said, the form book, and as we look at the two squads. I mean, in terms of squad strength, you'd probably edge towards Manchester United being the slightly more powerful of the two squads.
Well, we have kicked off here, match day 4. Roma versus United, Stifler versus Nexa. Such an important game for both of these clubs. I said previously they are split by just a couple of points in the table. So there's a real leapfrog opportunity here for Manchester United. On the flip side, Roma have a chance of getting themselves some breathing room in the table as well. Worth noting, only are they split by 2 points, but Manchester United currently on the outside looking in. So you could argue a very important game for them in the scope of their season.
Yeah, and as we said before, in terms of speaking to some of Roma's representatives, they'll just their aim is top 6, and as we said, in the early stages of this broadcast, you just want to be in the top 6 spaces before the end of the season.
Of course, if you're just joining us, top 6 will get you into the knockout stage. Top 2 will secure you a first round bye. Martial slid in here in the opening 10 minutes off the woodwork and behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's a big chance there. A big chance there for Manchester United. Could have gone one way or the other. Instead, it's hit the post and gone out. But again, early stages and early signs are suggesting that United may look to be on the front foot here, especially with Nexa. We know the capabilities of him as a player, and we know that he likes to get off to fast starts.
Of course, burst onto the scene a couple of seasons ago, didn't he, with AS Monaco. We'll see if he can continue that form this season. It's been a bit of a slower start for him, but now he's threatening here with Martial. He does get that strike on target. Corner.
Yeah, it's good work from him, just a recycled opportunity. As you can see, ball going back here with Bruno, ricochets kindly off of the defender, and again, it's that dummy. Martial just takes it the other way. It's going to go for a corner.
Who's on corner duty then? Looks to be Fred. Look out for Varane here as well. Up in the air, tries to knock it on to Martial. It'll come right back at Stifler here. Sabitzer does well to retain possession of the ball now. Pellegrini with some dogged determination there, and now Dybala on the near side versus Luke Shaw. The Englishman gets away with that one, and the opening 20 has been, well, fairly even.
Outside of that one chance for Martial, there's not really been that many clear-cut opportunities to speak of. We spoke about the new volume of players for the eFootball Championship Pro. Roma are one of these sides that could definitely use that reinforcement as well. And it certainly appears that they are a lot more of a stable outfit than they have been over previous match days.
Abraham. Patient build-up here. In the end, a little bit too patient as Fernandez able to bring the ball away. Martial and Fred combining. Rashford has a lot of space on this near side now. What are the options here? Stunning strike, looks like. Block in time, and it will be another Manchester United corner.
Yeah, it's a big block there, and it needed to be made. That stunning strike, as we know, has more power in it, can be a little bit uneven in terms of finding the target, but that certainly looked like it was on its way. Good block out for a corner, though.
Corner taken quite quickly here. Of course, we'll likely mention this a few times with the absence of Roma this match day. You're looking at Stifler and Gagliardo to really put a shift in for AS Roma. They're sat not in the safest position in the table. And without the absence of their captain, Roma, of course, if you're watching at home, Roma, we wish you well. Hopefully see you in a couple of weeks' time. Need to see a full squad effort from AS Roma. So far, though, Nexa. He's been threatening.
And in the early going, Roma they've stifled this Manchester United attack. Every chance that appears to be coming the way of Nexa in terms of finding passes, instead it's finding a Roma foot or finding a Roma player.
Rashford's pass incomplete there. .35 gone, just over 10 minutes in game, I should say. So I put my teeth back in till half-time. I hate to say it, I may have commentators cursed this fixture slightly. I'll hold on to that thought as Nexa now. Threatening with Sabitzer. Looking for Rashford. Goal kick, though. These two players so evenly matched statistically thus far do just seem to be cancelling each other out slightly.
The mood appears to be very tense between both of these players, because I think they know, as you've said, first game of match day 4, it's game 1 of match 1. You know you're kind of the curtain raiser, and you know that the pressure and the lights are really on you here. And again, potentially in the back of Stifler's mind, knowing he may need to pull double duty here, you may be trying to just try and get through this first game.
That's a fabulous dummy from Stifler. Paulo Dybala. Pellegrini's, he timed his run well. Referee, well, and linesmen say the answer is no. But looking at the form charts, both sets of players coming off a match day 3 loss. A chance potentially to right a previous match day wrong here. Strong tackle from Stifler. 2 minutes added on.
If Roma are going to get anything out of this game, they're going to need to get Dybala into it.
That seems to be the intention from them, but crowded out there. Intercepted by Casemiro. And that one will end our first half. Frustration on both sides of the stage.
Well, French is not fantastic, but the body language and kills her is get that ball moving.
And it is, and that they are to start off the half here. It's Martial! Straight away gets the goal that Nex has been chasing. A fantastic finish by the Frenchman. put someone up.
Slick, really slick. But, you know, as we hear so often from players within eFootball, you have to respect the kickoff area. You have to respect it, because occasions like this can happen. But he's good ball movement. It's give and go between Martial and Sabitzer. But as we have said so often on commentary, sometimes the easiest thing to do with eFootball is just take a shot. And it's a brilliant finish from Martial.
And it is. No doubt we'll see the frustrated reaction of Stifler at some stage, but for now, it's the better part of an entire half of eFootball to try and get yourself back into this one. Manchester United 1, Roma 0 here in game 1. Goal number 5.
I think if you're Manchester United, it doesn't need to be pretty to win this game. You just need to get it across the line. But here comes Mady Kamara.
Stifler with a chance here into the feet of Abraham. He's been dangerous thus far.
Interestingly, the audience still saying that Roma are looking like the ones that will take this game. And it looks like all the pressure at the moment is coming from Manchester United side of the ball.
Matic under pressure. Dealt with well, though. That one, though, won't fly by the referee. Goal number 5 on the season. Will he go for a strike here as well? Rui Patricio had a good sighter on that as it was flying towards him, but with goal number 5 now ties his teammate Lotfi as the club's leading goal scorer thus far this season.
Roma trying to get a little bit of luck here just to try and break it up in midfield.
Sometimes that's what you need. Pellegrini, El Shaarawy. Abraham does get his strike away. On the hour mark. Back on level terms now. Roma 1, United 1, game on.
We said a piece of luck. That wasn't luck. If you look at this here, brilliant ball movement. Just one touch, two touch. Again, just finding that neat little gap in there. Abraham reacts quicker than Lindelof. As a result, the Englishman finds the back of the net and we have parity restored.
There's the assist. Lindelof just caught with his hips the wrong way. No doubt Captain Irma at home will have enjoyed that one. Levels are scoring here. Roma 1, United 1. These two an absolute mirror image of each other this season. 5 goals for Nexa. 5 goals now for Stifler as well.
It's not a lot to split both of these players, but they both know their squads incredibly well. It's about who's going to be able to execute in this final 25 in-game minutes.
Building here again, a Roma, Abraham, El Shaarawy. Dybala was asking to be released. Fred comes back and cleans up.
Yeah, Roma trying to promote a little bit of panic in that defence just by putting bodies in the way and trying to get the ball through. Instead, Bruno Fernandes has come forward with it and Spinazzola wins it back.
What a vital challenge that could be. Abraham knocks this into space. Casemiro, excellent recovery. And we're approaching the area of the match where substitutes come into play, Wes, and the players obviously thinking of very similar thoughts to my own.
I was going to say, have you got today's lottery numbers as well, Harry? Because you've literally just called that into existence. But absolutely, it is that magical period between 60 and 70 minutes where you see these subs become so impactful. And now it's just a case of who employs it better from both of these players. And as the time ticks down, you're going to have to look here. I mean, it's Roma who have the ball at the moment, and whether they can create an opportunity.
I'll slide you those numbers under the desk. Final 20 in-game minutes now. Potentially argue it's Roma in the ascendancy here, as you said, just trying to get a bit of chaos here as El Shaarawy has a chance, maybe for the lead!
You can tell who the viewing gallery is rooting for.
Still alive there, El Shaarawy was open.
You can probably hear the audible groans over our microphones there. Such was the feeling that Manchester United may have been on the end of a game winner. Instead, we are still at 1-1.
Just one too many there, trying to feed El Shaarawy again. This game has come to life now.
Well, we have heard all season long from other teams just how dangerous Manchester United are as a team. They're now going to have to prove it in these last in-game minutes. Smalley wins it back for Roma.
Pellegrini. Plenty of bodies forward here for Roma. El Shaarawy beats his man for now. Recovers well though.
Tried to maybe buy a foul there, did Stifler. Did not pay off. Bruno takes a touch into Iqbal. Over to Martial.
Martial now. Back to Iqbal. Rashford goes around his man. It's agonisingly wide.
That was inches away from clipping that post and going into the back of the net. It's really good work there from Nexa to fashion that opportunity. The ball just agonisingly rolls wide. You can see the reaction there. He knew the opportunity that had came about for him. Just couldn't find the right finish to take it into the back of the net.
Final 10 in-game minutes. Less than now. I hate those types of shots.
Where they just creep.
When I'm using the players and also when the striker's against me as well, because you get an eternity just to see whether or not it'll nestle between the uprights. But anecdotes aside, we've got a final 5 or so in-game minutes to decide potentially a winner here.
It's a fascinating watch for anybody who is interested in high-level eFootball play to see how this game is going to end.
Van der Beek, Sabitzer, Rashford's free! Not quite this time.
Post and the keeper denies him, but Nexa still got pressure.
Martial! An 89th minute, potential winner for Manchester United. Martial on the double. And maybe, just maybe, heartbreak here for AS Roma.
The first chance went by the wayside for Nexa. He did not make the same mistake. Well, I say mistake, it was a header that hit the post and hit the goalkeeper, but he managed to mentally recover the ball and found a slipping finish from Martial. Those sorts of finishes we've seen that can go absolutely anywhere. And that one has nestled itself into the back of the net. You can see almost the relief on Nexa's face. And there almost the wry smile of annoyance from Stifler.
Just got to listen in there to both sides of the stage. I mean, body language really said everything, didn't it? Nexa, it was relief, wasn't it?
It was so, yeah. He almost looked out on his feet. He knows the pressure that he's under, but he has managed to just find that vital moment that he needed. Now, of course, the job is not finished, but if he can get himself across the line here, it'll be a vital 3 points for Manchester United.
Final dregs of this game. Goal 6 for Nexa. 4 minutes added on. What can Stifler show us here? El Shaarawy into traffic. Oh, wow, look at this. Martial stayed alive to it. Can he get his strike away? Rashford will keep this one alive. Which way is he going? Corner flag, I'd imagine here.
knows the importance of it, knows to game manage this out, and as he has done.
The referee blows the final whistle. 3 points go to Manchester United in game 1. Nexa and Stifler as tight as you like. But in the end, just that pressure from United came through.
It's just that moment where you switch off. When you think that the major chance has gone, there's a slight moment where you think, oh, I can go on the counter-attack here. Instead, you've still got to be alive for the ball coming back at you. And instead, that finish that Nexa found, it's a 2-goal salvo from Martial, but it's the one that gets him across the line.
We can see the highlights here from game 1. Hopefully games 2 and 3 will follow suit. But it is a lonely place up there on the stage when you concede so late on in the game, made even more so by the fact their captain not able to attend this match day. So for Stifler, he's got to shake it off a little bit, has a potential another game to play today. We'll explain that when it comes to it, but for now, as we look over some of the goals, did so well to get Abraham into the right area, take the strike at the right time there on the hour mark.
Well, for large parts of that game, if you are an AS Roma fan, or if you're Stifler or Gagliardo or Irma, if you're looking at that game, they were in that game for large portions of the game. It wasn't a blowout victory by Manchester United, but as we said, with Manchester United, it didn't need to be pretty. It just needs to be effective. Sometimes just getting over the line, regardless of if you stumble or you sprint, you're over the line. So for Nexa, he'll be delighted. But for Stifler, if he does manage to come into game 3, or if he is selected to go into game 3, at least he can take heart from the fact that he knows that he was in the game. It wasn't a blowout. It wasn't, it wasn't convincing from Nexa. So he will take heart in that. But of course, you're still staring down the barrel of a last-minute winner, and then that in itself is a bit of a downer on your day, so to speak.
Yeah, credit to Nexa, a fantastic performance there. 7 points on the season for him now, 2 wins thus far. But now we take a look at game 2. It is going to be Kilzu for Manchester United going up against Gagliardo. And they're already underway here. We are already underway, game 2. We waste no time here. It is Kilzu versus Gagliardo. Manchester United attacking from right to left. Roma going the other way. Of course, keep interacting with us here. We want to know your thoughts in the chat as well. But time to introduce the 2 players. Of course, Kilzu. Some of you who have been watching eFootball Championship Pro for quite some time, you all know this man's impact on the league. He's been really one of the star players throughout the competition. Up against Gagliardo, who you could argue has been struggling thus far this season, just 1 point and a single goal to his name as well. Has a big chance here though. Wijnaldum and Dybala combining really well, but defended well by United.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue and you can look at Roma's first 3 fixtures. It's Arsenal, Monaco and Bayern. So they've had a really bad time of it in terms of the fixture list.
Well, Sharawi goes for goal, forces a corner.
So, but they've had a really bad time of it from a fixture list standpoint. But of course, at some point in this competition, you need to start winning these games. As we say it as almost a motto. It may as well be the tagline for the competition is that there are no easy games here. These are all high level, top level individuals who are playing this game. You're going to need to beat the best at some point.
Abraham with the knock on to El Shaarawy is blocked by Maguire. Another corner. Speaking to how tight this competition is, those 3 points going to United in game 1 sees them leapfrog not only AS Roma but also AS Monaco up to 5th now. Dybala with the in-swinger, Abraham with a knock-on, Pellegrini almost able to fashion something on goal.
Yeah, it's that second chance that you've got to be careful of. Kilzu's done well to get rid of that one, but it's coming back the other way again.
Abraham, Dybala. Luke Shaw stepping up well. But this competition is so tight, just 4 points separating 3rd place from 7th. Here is Marcel Sabitzer. Rashford is the target, but knocked into safety.
It's a great knockdown from Martial. I mean, you could have closed your eyes, saw that knockdown, and probably think it was Weghorst. It was that good. Such a great knockdown. It's a corner ball for United.
Kills you trying to fashion a chance here as Rashford rises highest, but not on target. El Shaarawy. He's earned himself a throw in. You just get the feeling thus far this season that Gagliardo has never really moved out of second gear. He's looking to do so here, but as you said, a tough fixture list thus far for AS Roma, and Sabitzer with kills you. Goes for goal, catches everyone off guard. And it's Martial again. The Frenchman so lethal in game one, strikes again in game two. United into the lead now.
I said this earlier on in the player room. The game loves rebounds. If you can take strikes and you can put your opponent in a position where they're having to defend a chance off of the goalkeeper, as you'll see there, Martial's the first one that's alive to it, and it's forcing your opponent to pick an opportunity. You've got to go and either close down Sabitzer, or you've got to mark the chance, or mark the player in the box. You've got one or the other to do. You can't leave it to have a potential save from a goalkeeper and then leaving an easy tap in from Martial. Great work from Kilzu.
Good work indeed, but it does compound the misery that has been matchday 4 so far for AS Roma. What can Gagliardo do here to show us that Roma are looking to rally around the fact their captain's missing? Fred here though for Kilzu. Has time and space. Rashford does somehow come away with the ball. Martial was waiting as well, but it is Nemanja Matic recovering for Roma, and they come forward here as well.
Got some work to do here.
Dybala! That's a venomous header.
Beat Luke Shaw to the punch.
Shaarawy looking for Abraham. Half an hour gone. Gagliardo showing that he still has signs of life here.
You've got to say that these chances are not going to... They're not going to be a premium in this game for Roma. They're going to have to take these chances and make them pay. But at the moment, they're just not finding that killer touch that will take the ball into the back of the net.
Sabitzer with Fernandez on the overlap. Back to him now. Sabitzer! 2-0! Kills you, doubling the lead. He's been pulling the strings in midfield, Sabitzer. A goal to his name now as well. 2-0 United, they're looking good.
Yeah, it's not just a team strength or a collective strength point of having Sabitzer that far up the field. It's actually having a player that can take the ball in and close control and be able to find shots and passes at will. This one is a great give and go between him and Bruno Fernandes. You can see the arm out from Sabitzer. That's the player telling you that he's open. And as such, Kilsey finds the pass and finds a great finish with Sabitzer. Looking very, very good indeed.
Manchester United 2, AS Roma 0. Here in game 2. Goal number 5 for Kilzu on the season. Joins both his teammates actually on 5 goals thus far. Half-time rapidly approaching though. Pellegrini with a strike from distance. Not quite on target here.
And if you're talking about stats, if you're talking about things that we look at and discuss, Gagliardo has 1 goal to his name across 3 match days. It's it's a tough ask, especially if you're struggling to find goals, to then find the movements and the abilities at the right times to find those passes and goals. He's still got some time here. It is only 2-0, but as Semra said, you've got to keep the back door shut if you're going to go through the front.
Martial back heel, Rashford inside, Fernandes keeping it alive here. A vital tackle from Pellegrini. Killdew looks so adept with this United team. Sabitzer up forward again, inside to Rashford! Number 3 for Killdew. United in control now.
Yeah, and like we said, it's that man again. Marcel Sabitzer is the player that makes that pass. It's, again, recycling the ball in opportunities where the original chance has gone. Again, really good ball from Bruno. Sabitzer, really good dribbling footwork, as we are so used to seeing from him. And it's Marcus Rashford again. We've seen it over the course of the previous 3 match days, just how important Marcus Rashford is to this Manchester United team. And, of course, finds himself another goal in this competition. And Killdew, again, not looking at him, you wouldn't know he's 3-0 up, but he certainly is.
A very cool customer. El Shaarawy now looking for Abraham, and oh, short! He's stuck it in his own net. That's a tough one to see, but one that Roma fans will be very glad to see.
Well, there's a wry smile from Latvia Nexa. They know that Killdew could not have done anything more with that. You can see that his power bar had been engaged. It's trying to go the other way, and instead the animation has ricocheted it off of Luke Shaw, and instead it's ended up in the back of the net. You'll see here again, just wait for it in the slow-mo. It's not gone anywhere where Killdew would have intended it. And instead it's ended up ricocheting off him into the back of the net. Again, Aguilardo will not care at all. It gives him a foothold in the game at the very least.
So a Luke Shaw own goal makes it United 3, Roma 1. First half still playing here, by the way. Abraham looking for Dybala, but just too close to David De Gea.
Yeah, good manual save just to bring him out just enough so that he would trigger that animation, take the ball away from the oncoming Roma forward.
À moins qu'il te mette le 4-3, tu l'auras plus jamais du match. C'est fini.
Vraiment accepté. T'as vu le but que je prends? Je prends toujours des buts de ouf en Matchday, moi.
Allez,
Second half underway. I love listening to the players on the stage. Doesn't matter if you speak the language, you get the emotion, and, well, starting this second half off well. Here's Killdew, the man with a 2-goal lead here. Fernandes looking for Martial.
He's looking for that attacking diamond every single time. Bruno is the left point of it, and that front 3, if they can move in that diamond shape, that's what Killdew is looking for every time going forward. Roma almost get lucky there with Pellegrini.
Marcus Rashford now. Which way will this one trickle, I wonder? Manchester United corner. Look out for Varane, he's the target here. Beats Matic, down to Rashford. Just too many bodies to try and get the ball under his spell. Killdew just taking his time, playing it all the way back to the keeper. Rashford unable to beat his man, and allow Roma to come forward to the feet of Abraham, Pellegrini, El Shaarawy, all combining. Abraham was just asked too much of there. Dybala still fighting a Roma.
And Gagliardo is not out of this by a long shot yet, still at 30 in-game minutes. We have seen turnarounds and goals conceded in tournaments past and present. We've seen very late goals that have gone in, so he's not out of this game by a long shot, but got to be careful of this Manchester United counter-attack.
Did enough that time, but as you said, the importance is not only getting those 2 goals minimum back, but also watching how frail your defence could potentially become here for Gagliardo. The time is not his friend currently as we approach the final 20 in-game minutes. Is there any substitutes to be used? We'll find that out, no doubt, in a second. First, though, Bruno and Sabitzer trying to combine. Nice touch from Pellegrini, but there's just dogged defending happening here for United. Still alert to it though, Roma. Abraham with a very, very heavy touch. Final 15 now. El Shaarawy across the halfway line. Wijnaldum to Dybala. Tackled well by Varane, and it's been the tale of Gagliardo's day thus far. Every time he tries to piece something together, the United man is there. It was even that way for his goal, of course, a Luke Shaw own goal before half-time. Final 10 in game, and the ball was in play for so long, there might not even be time for substitutes to make a difference here. No pause even queued up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of red mist, I think, has descended in terms of tunnel vision. And we can sometimes say that in terms of, with your teammates at the back of you need to kind of give you a nudge and be like, hey, actually, you might need some substitutes here, or you might need to change something. Running your entire team, especially in this type of format where it's just a 90-minute game, running them all the way to the end is a very interesting ploy, and we'll have to see whether it pays any dividend here.
Dybala looking for Abraham at the front post, but nothing doing here for Gagliardo. Good build-up play, but it was a very difficult opportunity to take at that front post, and he knows it. Kilzu looks to be well on his way to 3 points here in game number 2.
Yeah, he's going to look to try and kill this game off now. Last throws of this game. But again, it's been a relatively comprehensive performance from Kilzu.
Just the 1 minute added on. No doubt this will be the final action of this game. And there it is. Kilzu 3, Gagliardo 1. It is another 3 points for Manchester United. A really solid goal-scoring performance from Kilzu. I mean, technically he scored all 4 goals in that game, thanks to the own goal from Luke Shaw. But very impressive from the young Frenchman. Yeah,
it's a little bit of return to form from him as well. Again, as we said, Manchester United will have been bitterly disappointed with coming away with no points in Matchday 3. Matchday 4, they now have the opportunity to take maximum points, which would obviously be something that would be greatly appreciative of, because in terms of where it would put them in the table, I think currently, as the live table suggests, they're currently at 4th. Another win on top of that certainly puts them into the conversation at the top end of the table rather than being at the bottom end.
Yeah, as we look over some of the highlights from game 2, it's right you say that we keep an eye on the league table, because they started today 7th outside of those playoff places, those knockout stage places. Of course, only the top 6 advance to that knockout stage. Thanks to the 6 points they've garnered, they've leapfrogged Roma, AS Monaco and AC Milan. They're now tied on points with Bayern. And another 3 points, they could see themselves propelled into the top 2 here. It's very impressive thus far from Manchester United, especially considering, as you said, their Matchday 3 performance, picking up no points.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it is better to have the points on the board rather than playing with essentially games in hand. You would rather get the points on the board, and sometimes playing first in a match day is great to see. And of course, with game 3 now on the horizon, some people may be thinking, well, hold on a minute, if there's no Irma, then how do we get to game 3? Well, actually, we'll be able to explain to you right now.
Absolutely, it's Stifler taking the chair for AS Roma, and we understand that Lotfi, as he has no opponents, gets to elect his opponent from the remaining 2 AS Roma players. So Lotfi has chosen, strangely enough, Stifler, and that goes to say players' preferences in terms of who they play against. Obviously thinking that, you know, Gagliardo, sure, he just shipped 3 goals.
Yep.
But Stifler clearly a better matchup for Lotfi. That's an interesting one to look into there.
Well, styles make fights. Styles literally make fights. And as we see here, if you have the pick of your opponent, yeah, you probably think, oh, well, Gagliardo, he's just lost 3-1. It'd probably be the idea to put him back in. But there's obviously an argument as well, of course, of, you know, having hot hands and cold hands. You may not want to play somebody who's just now going to play a game back to back. Instead, you may want to have somebody that, you know, the adrenaline's kind of wore off a little bit and the engines are kind of wound down. And, you know, as you know from sportsmen in real sports or in real life sports, there's a difficulty with adrenaline once it drops and you've got to get it back up again. It's the same thing here. You know, you're going to have hot hands, cold hands. Lotfi knows that he's got the backing of 2 victories from his teammates as well. Now knows that he's got a 3rd that he can potentially put together here. And as we said, he may have looked, he can certainly have sat there and observed both games and both Roma setups and then elected to say, well, that one's the one I prefer to play against. And, you know, we'll have to see whether it's the right decision or the wrong decision.
So the players almost ready. A final prayer from Lotfi as he sits down in the hot seat. Our final game, game number 3 between Manchester United and AS Roma. A chance of redemption here for Stifler. Of course, took the controller for game 1. You can see at the top of the screen the results thus far this match. A very tight one against Nexa. He'll be feeling he left a little bit on the pitch in that particular encounter and has a chance now to maybe make amends against Lotfi. This one brought back by the referee. And Lotfi thus far this season, only 1 point to his name, not the form we are used to seeing from the Manchester United man. Tabala with the free kick. El Shaarawy, he was free.
He was free, but the angle was just not on there. That's one that needs to go back across the box. It doesn't need to go into the side netting. It's a little bit wasteful from Roma.
United come forward now. Martial coming back from an offside position, so was unlikely to get involved in that particular exchange. But it's already been a big match day for Manchester United. Roma, can they salvage anything from match day 4? It's a tough ask. Lotfi, despite his results so far this season, a very difficult customer to deal with on his day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and also if you're thinking about it from a standpoint of what we're talking about previous match days and previous teams, results and point output. If you look at Roma's from last match day, they took 1 point from match day 3. They're staring down the barrel of potentially taking 1 point, if not no points. Really puts them under a lot of pressure going into, I know it feels a length away, but match day 5.
Yeah, 2 weeks to lick your wounds if things don't go well here in game 3 until that match day 5. Now we're coming down to the business end of the regular season. You need to continue that consistency of picking up points. We spoke to the Roma players in weeks previous. Their goal is 4 points every single match day and we'll be fine. So far without the captain, it's been a difficult day at the office. The Roma fans, though, holding belief here. Stifler will need your energy. Roma, as things stand in the live league table, outside of those top 6 knockout stages places. What can they conjure up here? El Shaarawy with a nice double touch. There's an early shift across from David De Gea. Had it covered though.
It's a sign of life a little bit for Roma there. Again, it's a half opportunity. It's the right type of move, especially at that edge of the box. It's just the execution, just a little bit lacking in terms of direction. Certainly the signs of life there for Roma. If you are a Roma fan or part of the Roma contingent, you certainly sense that there are some signs there to take away here, but they're getting a little bit more than signs. They're going to need evidence to back that up.
Nice drag back from Stifler. Dybala looking for Kamara. Oh. And you can see in the camera just begging for a better header there.
Anyone but Kamara. Anyone there but Kamara, and that's in.
Lotfi looking to make him pay. Martial sprung the defence, but too early. Good finish in truth, but you can see here, just went too quickly.
Well, it always looks like a good finish when the goalkeeper's not moving.
It's very true. El Shaarawy wins the ball here. Lovely little run as Pellegrini tries to maintain possession. Dybala arrives. Has this one come off a United man? I think that's what Stifler was asking, and the answer is no. To the feet of Paulo Dybala now. Possession turned over. What can Marcus Rashford do? Oh, very little. The ball will run out of play, and as we're just waiting for play to settle down a little bit, we're seeing some nerves between these two thus far, and it's not surprising given the form books between these two. As I said before, just 1 point to Lotfi's name thus far. Kamara cannot feed Abraham. But Stifler, of course, has been on a 3-loss streak since winning on matchday 1.
Yeah, interestingly though, in terms of, we talk about body language, and if you cast your mind back to matchday 3 in terms of the body language of the United contingent, they seem far more relaxed. They seem a little bit less under the pressure. They've realised, oh, actually, if we can go out and play our natural game, we're a challenge for anybody, and absolutely they are. When you look at Nexa, Lotfi, and Kilzu, they're 3 of the best players on the planet.
Rashford tries to back heel, and Sabitzer still hanging in there. Possession 1 in midfield. El Shaarawy. Abraham has a couple of shirts to find. It's Paulo Dybala into the box now, goes for goal. De Gea not to be beaten at his near post. It's a Roma corner as we approach half-time. This could be very dangerous here for Manchester United.
Yeah, it was a weak foot strike from Dybala. We know all too well about his wonderful left foot. We'll go for a corner though. Roma, again, have these opportunities here. They're going to have to make one of them pay if they want to take some points away here.
Oh, corner's going everywhere.
It's groans from everywhere. It was in the VIP area.
Including
it's on the stage. There was groans everywhere. We had no idea where that ball went.
Groans from the commentator's desk as well.
Yeah.
No idea which way that one was going.
Put in with some real venom for Roma.
Oh, you said about that wand of a left foot from Dybala. Chucked it into absolute chaos in there.
It's almost like he had a remote control on it.
So following the Manchester United changes, we'll see another corner to AS Roma. Stifler here is quite frustrated about the way the game has gone thus far, but needs to keep his cool here because concentration paramount at this level.
Yeah, and interestingly, just on the Manchester United side of things for Lopfe, you use a sub-tactic. You can press a button and you can deploy a completely different formation in-game. Something to keep your eye on if he does elect to deploy it.
It's that corner again from Dybala in such a dangerous area.
There will be 3 minutes.
Roma fans, of course, in the chat making their voices heard. And I tell you what, it's been a pretty solid half from Stifler. He's had his chances.
Shades of game one. He hasn't felt out of it by any stretch. He hasn't actually felt like he's been too far away from this Manchester United side, either if it was Lotfi or it was Nexa he's playing against. He hasn't felt out of touch. Of course, as we know all too well, there can be one goal and that can put a chasm between you and your opponent.
Nothing to split the two players there on the stage then in the first half. You can see the stats there. Plenty of shots from the Roma side, but Lotfi just struggled to get through the gears in that one. He'll be hoping for a well-oiled second half performance to come. And it's Abraham here through early on. Roma corner, starting the second half off as no doubt he intends to continue.
It's that area. It's one long ball from kickoff. It's something you have to almost manually prepare for. You have to take a centre-back and drag them all the way back just to stop that from being an opportunity. And again, it's as route one as you can get, but it's effective.
Dybala again with this corner. Looks like El Shaarawy will latch onto this one. But too late, it seems, as that one will actually turn over to United's possession. Just seeing a couple of unforced errors here in the second half of our game 3. McTominay here for United. Savitzer tackled. And you see the difference it's made now for Manchester United's league table. Pellegrini though for Abraham has blasted over. It's another chance that goes wanting for AS Roma.
It's a big chance. That is a big chance. A little bit of bewilderment from United as to the Roma reaction.
Parce que là, t'es dans un match, t'es en train de craquer. Là, il est dur le match.
Il craque, c'est moi qui devrais craquer, frère.
Ball, tu veux pas te défoncer,
Non, je pense.
Ah, t'es bien comme ça.
Allez, hein.
And it's those types of breaks, Wes, where the absence of the captain Irma is definitely felt the most, because oftentimes you'll hear him discussing with Gagliardo, discussing with Stifler what should be done in terms of changes. Here comes Lotfi though, as Rashford and Sabitzer! United's first shot of the game finds the back of the net in the 56th minute. Lotfi puts United on the brink of 9 points out of a possible 9 against AS Roma.
As the old English saying goes, you play to the whistle. Both players left this ball alone, and he just about kept it in. And again, it's neat little footwork, and it's that man Sabitzer again. It's why you employ him up the field, and why you keep him up there. Brilliant little back heel there, and it's Sabitzer all alone in the Roma forest, and sticks into the back of the net. See him mouthing the word stop.
United 1, Roma 0. Lotfi's 6th of the season. Joins his teammate Kilzu now on 6 points there. The joint leading goal scorer of Manchester United so far this season.
Game is not over though from a Roma perspective. We've got to do better than that though in terms of keeping the ball.
Martial has been dispossessed there. Ball will come back at Roma here. Sabitzer. A foul, says the referee. And it's slightly deceptive when you look at Lotfi's record this season. Only 1 point to his name, but when you look at who he's played against, Eterito, Kirito, Ostrabuch, very, very strong players. So slightly deceptive, his record in that category, but when his team asks it of him, he knows how to pull out big results. Pellegrini. Roma just cannot seem to get anything going here in the second half.
They're being stifled by this Manchester United lineup, and they keep getting stifled, and the ball keeps getting taken away.
And it does, and the turning point was, for me, when those changes came in. We said the absence of Irma was felt the most. We saw Nexa and Lotfi both talking to each other about which switches need to be made. It's worked out thus far. 20 minutes to go.
Said already as well, sometimes in the case of Lotfi, especially in this very unique situation we found with Roma, sometimes it's best to be the observer in those first 2 games, because you're able to pick up where the kind of the weaknesses and the strengths are of your opponent before you even play a game.
Spinazzola does win the aerial duel, but it's just not going to the right areas here for Roma. Under 15 in-game minutes to go. And if this result stands, United would be into the top 3. Shaw with the cross. Final 10 to go. Good covering from Lotfi. This one will be brought back for an offside, I think, and well, time for some changes. I was going to say perhaps some breathing room for Stifler to work with. But it seems to be they need to make some changes now.
Yeah, certainly. But you can see there, look at the United side of the defence here. Smiles. Can't remember last time I saw those 3 smile. It's been fantastic to see, but you can see the comfort level that they're at with their team right now. They know that they are staring down the barrel of 9 points for a possible 9 on matchday 4, which again would completely go against how they performed in matchday 3. Very much tonic for them mid-season. It is exactly what you'd need for Manchester United. Plus Roma on the other side, you can see almost the parallels, or almost the kind of complete opposite on the other side, the dejection that is etched across the face of Roma at this point in time.
Allez mon frère, souffle, tranquille. Je vais mourir frère. Ouais, je sais. Ah, vas-y. Ah, mais c'est sur scène, venez qui vont nous faire connaître. Allez, allez frère, comme c'est là.
Substitution on the field.
Well, we saw the stats there. I think it was 9 shots for Roma.
Coming on the field is...
It's easy for us to say, sat here in cold blood, but the chances were there. They just weren't really taken. Needed some more clinical finishing in those chances anyway. Iqbal to Bruno Fernandes. Martial, Sabitzer now goes for goal alone. If it's going to happen, it has to happen soon for Roma. Sabitzer's been dogged for United.
It's been so good in that final third, and just being able to just put a foot on the ball. You can see why he's employed there, not only, as we said, from a collective strength positioning, but the ability to take the ball down, and as we can see there, just taking the ball away from Ibanez.
Into the corner as we approach stoppage time, a minimum of 3 added on. Roma have to go. United don't have to go anywhere. Shaw and De Gea no doubt will make this one official. It is 9 points from 9 for Latvian United. An incredible display of emotion from Lotfi.
It's uncharacteristic, as though that's the thing. You never see him react like this. That's his first victory of the competition as well. So from a personal standpoint, you know it's going to mean a lot to him. From a team standpoint, it's going to mean everything, because they now have 9 points for a possible 9.
Yeah, good show of display, or show of respect on display, I should say, from Lotfi and the rest of the United players there. Stifler, unfortunate having to go up into the hot seat twice, missing their captain Irma today. There's of course sympathy from across the competition about Roma's situation. Couldn't really be helped, but in Lotfi's case, you can only beat who is in front of you. And Stifler today just could not get anything on target in game number 3. Gave a good showing of himself, I feel. You can hear the emotions, the frustrations. It was a difficult situation all round for AS Roma here today, Semra. It was definitely no one's plan to be missing their captain, but they had to play the hand they were dealt. Unfortunately for them, it's United 9 points away from this one.
That they would bounce back with a bang, and that's exactly what they did here today. And now they become the 3rd club, can you believe it? The 3rd club in the same season to have actually collected maximum points in a single season. That's never happened before, and because of that, they have now gone level in the table with their English counterparts Arsenal. We have to remember, Manchester United started the day in 7th outside of the top 6, and now they're joint 2nd. The only reason they're behind Arsenal is because the Gunners have won more games so far. They've won 6, Manchester United have won only 4. But it's astonishing the way that they've managed to bounce back, and obviously a great display all around from the Red Devils today, and obviously the absence of Urma was very much felt for the Romans.
Yeah, it was of course for both Stifler and Gagliardo. It was here on the commentary desk as well. We're so used to seeing Urma bring his A game, and that's not to say Stifler and Gagliardo didn't today, but Urma brings something special to this Roma team. He seems to know it inside and out, and his presence was definitely missed. But incredible for Manchester United. What a turnaround. Last match day, you said well, as you said, I should say, they're tied now with Arsenal in the league. It was Arsenal who took 9 points away from them last match day. So life comes at you fast here in the eFootball Championship Pro.
It does, and we seem to see another trend that's starting to pick up there then as well. But talking about Manchester United, their captain Lutfi is with Weza right now. We saw the way he reacted after winning his first game of the whole competition this season, and I hope that he's got some of the fire and the passion and enthusiasm with you, Weza. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, he's just taken a very big intake of breath as we are now joined by Lutfi from Manchester United. First of all, congratulations to you and Manchester United. A maximum of 9 points taken. Your first personal victory as well. How do you feel?
Very happy for the team. We worked a lot, and we didn't have the results that we deserve with our work. So finally, a big win for the team. Very proud of my teammates. They made very well. Big mentality. Next it was very hard, and they scored at the end. Just very happy for the team, for the club too, because the club trusts a lot on us, and we were sad to didn't make the result the club deserve. And finally, yes, 9 points. Very happy. It's very great. We have to continue on this way. And yes, personally, yes, first win. It's always good. It's always a good feeling for sure, but yes, for me the most important is the team. Like I say, if I lose all my games and we are champion, it's okay for me too. So yes, to be honest, it's not so much important my win, but the team win. I'm very happy of this and of my teammates.
Yeah, and in terms of team selection, just a small comment on Marcel Sabitzer. How important is he to your lineup when you put him into eFootball? We noticed that he goes further up the field, not normally in midfield. How important is he to this lineup?
To be honest, it's just we don't have other choice. I mean, than him in SS. It's the only player we can play. So it's not easy for me. It's better to have a real forward, speed and dribbling and all that stuff, but we don't have, and we have to adapt to our players. We know he make good passes, so we try to make more passes with him in his side. We worked a lot to adapt to our players, because it's not easy when you don't have a big choice in attack. So yeah, we try to play different with him, more like midfield, because he is a midfield. So more with passes, more with some things different. That's why too we work a lot, because maybe for us it's more hard to adapt our teams than some other teams that have many choices in attack. So yes, but for sure he was good today. I mean, we arrive after 4 match days to make a way great with him. I mean, to play more in pass, more. It's more hard. We would prefer another way, but we try to adapt the maximum. It's our job. Sure. And yes, finally, and yes, Martial is. We try to play with his speed, this style. We know. We can't, for example, make just pass and shoot from some situations, but we try to adapt to make more in counters. That's why too we play more in counter attacks than some other teams, for example. Just adapt to the team a maximum.
Sure. And just one more final point. Casting your mind to the future, Matchday 5, I believe we're on now. I'm trying to keep count of it myself. Against FC Inter, your thoughts on that?
It's a good team. It's a very good team. I think they don't have the results they deserve for the moment, but I know they work very hard. I mean, all teams are very. For me, the level is high. Is more than personally. It's my 5 season at the eFootball Championship, and for me, the level of the players. We never had a number of players very strong as this year. So all games are very difficult. All games are very hard, and we respect a lot players of Inter. So yeah, it will be a great game to watch, I think, and we will make the maximum to take 9 like today.
Fantastic. Well, it's been great to speak to you again. Go and enjoy it with your teammates. Semra, Harry, back to you guys.
Thank you very much to both of you. Lotfi obviously very pleased with picking up his own personal marginal win for today. As we said, goal scoring has never really been his issue. It's been converting those goals into 3 points. That's exactly what he did. And obviously that translates into where they are currently in the table. You can actually see the full breakdown here. But why don't we talk a little bit about the breakdown of each one of these games? Because as we said, Lotfi picking up that 1-0 victory, the only clean sheet so far of the day. When it came to game 2, however, going in reverse order, Kills living up to the name, doing a brilliant job in scoring 4 goals. The only reason I want to point this out, Harry, is because it was the first own goal of the entire campaign.
Really?
And it happened to be your mate Luke Shaw, who you mentioned. You wanted to get one of your hands on one of those cards.
Commentary curse transcends the game.
If we can cut him out, we can cut him out for the rest of it.
I blame Harry.
My bad. Sorry about that.
It's all your fault, it's all your fault. But anyway, just joking, of course.
That's surprising, though, the first own goal of the season.
It is a bit surprising, but
Yeah.
I tell you what, that just shows you that everyone's defending really, really well. Everyone's performing exceptionally well in both boxes. And obviously, when it came to game 1, we saw maybe no goals in the opening 45, but in the second period, there was all kinds of thrills and spills, plenty of action there as well, and near match winners for both sides until Nexa ended up nicking it. So a great day in the office all around for all 3 of them from Manchester United.
Yeah, definitely a tough day at the office from Roma. You can see where it finds them in the table now. I mean, if Monaco take a point from our next fixture, they're guaranteed to be in the bottom 2 at the end of today. So some work to be done for Roma. Not the result they would have wanted, but definitely some difficult circumstances with them missing their captain today.
Well, looking ahead to the next match, these 2 clubs have the opportunity of actually finishing the match day in the top spots. And fingers crossed, we get, what did you call it? The ZTEC Mega Ball?
The ZTEC Mega
The
Ball.
ZTEC Mega Ball. We get the Battle of the Brothers. I'm hoping that we get it. So coming up next for you is going to be AS Monaco, the reigning champions, against Arsenal.
Between eFootball game and training, I like to work with my special coach. You know, he's my special coach. Nana. She trusts on me for the next match day. See you Saturday, guys.
Hi guys, I'm Marko Roksic. I'm esport player for Arsenal, and this is my gaming house, let's say. I open this and I work here and playing games, you see. I have my monitor and I play here, and kids coming to play. You see, it's big place, my trophies, and gaming is my life. I'm really happy because I opened this. This was my dream one day, to open some place like this, and I finally made. Go Arsenal.
Well, thank you so much to Semra, keeping us on track throughout the programme. Thank you to Marco as well for that fantastic gaming den, if you will, showing off his trophies. That's going to be a difficult player to come up against. When you just see their trophies in the pre-match vlog, it's not fun.
It's a very slight flex.
Great to see Uzmak Abil as well, and Nala, I believe.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, who do you pick? Do you go with the dog loving of going and see Nala, or do you go and play in the gaming den of Roxa? It's either or for these 2 players. And I think looking at sizing up what we actually have going on, though, it's not going to be Uzmak Abil versus Roxa. It's going to be Uzmak Abil versus Indominator.
The leading goal scorer of the competition, Uzmak Abil. 10 goals to his name so far. That is league-wide the leader in that category. Is on undefeated form as well. A draw on match day 1, followed by 2 wins on match days 2 and 3. going up against Indominator for Arsenal. They sit second in the table, doing really well thus far. He also is on a 2-match win streak after losing on matchday 1. Wins on matchdays 2 and 3 sees him come into this one on some decent form as well. So this could be, in my opinion, a bit of a battle of fire and ice. Of course, you see the fire on the side of us as Maccabeal and AS Monaco. And on the other side, Dominator, he's the ice. He likes to control the match. Should be a very fun game 1.
Yeah, I seldom use this phrase because it can be used so many times over the course of any esports. Box office. This has this game written on it from top to bottom. Regardless of what combinations of esport players you see from either or, whether we do get, you know, brother versus brother, or we do see, you know, other combinations of players, any one of these matchups has curiosity written all over it, none much so than this first game here. Again, as you said, in terms of as Maccabeal, top of the goal scoring tree. You see in Dominator, see him put 5 past Christopher against Inter Milan, so we know that he's got firepower capabilities there as well. Of course, you look at the complexity of the table, the 7 points between these two teams at the start of play. And of course, that 9-point swing that Arsenal got in matchday 3 now has them second place via goal difference in the table. Of course, if you're Monaco, you are starting to recover a little bit of form. We saw it from Cam's last match day. We've seen it from us, Maccabeal, all the way through this competition. You now add in Ostribuch's little brother in Milos, and now you now have a bit of a capability of having 3 players that can go for it. Of course, you still also have EC O'Neill on the virtual substitutes bench as well. So there's a lot of firepower now contained within that Monaco lineup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Make sure you're staying up to date with the eFootball socials as well. You see them at the bottom of your screen, as well as the website for all the latest news and information. But we haven't really had a chance to touch upon the newest edition of AS Monaco. No doubt we'll be able to once he takes the stage, but for you wanting brother versus brother, I can tell you those odds now are down to 50-50, as neither of them have taken the hot seat for game 1. So looks like we are moments away from kickoff here, as we saw the fist bumps from the Arsenal side. They are flying high, second in the table. They want to continue that form. But AS Monaco, they've had a slow start. Results like this can be a statement of intent to the rest of the championship. Your intent is to go out and win games and lift a trophy at the end of the season.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, certainly that is the end goal. But for me, if I was competing within this tournament, it's 2 steps. It's finish within the top 6 at the end of the regular season, and then it's go and win the knockout. Because yes, the regular season will tell you, a lot of things about a lot of teams. The old adage goes is that the league table doesn't lie, and it certainly doesn't at this point in time, because we've seen very, very good performances from all of our competitors within this competition. Where these two teams are going to sit towards the end of the season, I would venture to say it's going to be within the top 6, but this will certainly be almost a fact-finding mission for both of these two teams to find out what the other team is capable of, because we know that Monaco can punch above their weight in terms of the players they have on the field, and we know that Arsenal, as we've heard so many times from all of the players here, have got one of the strongest squads within eFootball, so there's going to be a little bit of fact-finding here for both these players.
We're underway, match 2 of match day 4. AS Monaco taking on Arsenal. Uz Maccabeal versus Indominator. Strap yourselves in, this will be a fun one, as Indominator with possession early here in the final third as well. Gabriel Jesus cuts back and the shot is blocked, but Tomiyasu is joined from right back, and that might leave them a little bit exposed at the back here. Ben Yedder cannot find Boadu, and for me, the referee has said that one's a foul. There's Maccabeal and Ben Yedder almost are synonymous when I think of Maccabeal's favourite players within this Monaco lineup. It's a player he likes to use especially well, and does so. So no doubt we'll be seeing a lot of Ben Yedder. Of course, you have Boadu and Volland up front as well. Here's Golovin on the ball. Boadu might get this one away. Ramsdale called into action. Opening 10 has been eventful.
Yeah, and you just see them trying to feel each other out here. There's one thing about watching players play eFootball. It's a very different thing when you can feel how they're playing against you. There's a very different feeling.
Boadu now. Tackled well by Dominator, but he's won the ball back. Volland was waiting. Ramsdale needed quick reactions. Trossard, that's a thread of the needle there. Smith Rowe. Trossard marked by Uzmakabil, and now into the feet of Ben Yedder. Boadu has a man over here as well. Is Volland able to get there? It's just asking too much. But that's a sign of what Uzmakabil can bring to the table.
It was a 2v1 there. If it had just held his nerve, he might have just had a shot on with Boadu. Instead, he's tried to square it across to Volland.
Just thinking stylistically, when you name your players on the team sheets, I'll come back to that actually, as Dominator with a chance here. Trossard is wide open! And opens the scoring! Dominator in front! He was wide open, no one around him, had all the time in the world, and made Monaco pay. 1-0.
It's a big goal from Leandro Trossard. Again, we saw the chances going, almost virtual minutes before, where that 2v1 was there for Monaco. Instead, it goes down the other end, and again, it's that presence of mind to stop Jesus, give himself the opportunity to get that ball in. And as you said, Trossard is absolutely wide open. You see the ball going again. It's just that stop, that super cancel stop that we see so much from players. Managed to stop himself, gets the ball into the box. It's a volley. And you can see there the big grin on Indominator's face there. Knows that he had probably one of the easiest chances he's ever going to score.
That smile is a personification of Arsenal's season thus far, but watch out here as Boadu is coming through for Uzmakabil. Wipes the grin off his face and says, hang on, I'm a multiple-time world champion. We got a game here, it's 1-1.
Straight from kickoff. I don't really know how you can call that much else. It's one through ball. That's unreal.
After 23 minutes.
That's left me stumped.
Number 9.
Right through the middle.
Here, yeah, no one tracking him at all.
Great finish as well from Boadu, but it's one through ball. I mean, it's even got the kickoff still in the replay.
Still celebrating, maybe, was Dominator. Just goes to show a lapse in concentration at this level can be fatal. And what I was gonna say before the Indominator goal, the way the lineups work in terms of who plays whom, these clubs select their players for 1, 2 and 3, and they go out and play the games, but you don't know who you're playing against. Number 11 for Uzmakabil. You don't know who you're playing against until you see who takes the seat against you. And I wonder whether or not Indominator is the right man to take on Uzmakabil at this moment in time. Strike from Trossard straight at Nubel. But when we talk about matchups, does Indominator have that neutralising talent to keep the multiple-time world champion at bay? Questions that will be answered at the end of the 90. For now, though, Monaco on that far side. Audience fairly split down the middle, leaning one way to Monaco as Boadu also tries to give chase. Definitely a tough one to call.
Certainly is. And again, we talk about the tension, the almost the camaraderie feel that you sometimes feel when you come into the venue and you start to get like that vibe of, oh, well, everyone's quite happy to be here now. Everyone's starting to realise that we'll get into that, as you said, the business end of it. And now the tension starts to ramp up. And now you're starting to really feel it here.
Enrique runs that one out of play. And just like that, we're 5 minutes away from half-time. His first half has happened rapidly. Lived up to the billing so far. Good turn from Ben Yedder. Will the last attack of the half go Arsenal's way? The ball to Martinelli. He's a good one. Maripan giving chase, but he's beaten easily. Smith Rowe won't get onto that one, but the ball will come back at Monaco here. Martinelli. Party. End of the first half. Arsenal 1, Monaco 1. Some real don't blink stuff here in match number 2, game number 1.
It's been uncharacteristically holding dominator. Outside of that, how can I say, flash goal, as we see the opportunity to try and get a Rosen again there, but Jorginho was smart to it that time. Outside of that one opportunity, there's not really been anything for Monaco to be able to kind of talk about.
Well, the side swap, it will be Monaco attacking left to right now. And Ben Yedder's stolen that one away. The ball just not good enough to Boadu. Cannot give too many more of those away. Party in the centre circle. Jesus, Martinelli, this is good build-up. The Gunners come forward and then Dominator just can't find that final pass at the moment. Good turn from Ben Yedder. Boadu is offside. Ball finds the back of the net, but not for the first time today. The linesman will rule that out and ruin the party.
Yeah, but you can see Maccabi just creeping back into this game. He's just creeping into it slowly but surely. That's a warning sign there. Although it did obviously result in an offside, the chance is still there and the ability is still there to create those chances. He's just going to have to find a golden one here. But again, Indominator's coming back the other way.
Martinelli back to Jesus. Oh, yes! From distance to put the Gunners back in front. Jesus on Easter weekend, Wes. You've had a few lined up.
It's Arsenal's saviour, surely, at this point in time. It's a wonderful finish, but it's a first-time strike, and we've seen it so often especially from Gabriel Jesus as a player card within eFootball. We've seen it from Roxa. We have seen it now from the Os. You take a first-time strike with him, he's got the ability to find a beautiful finish into the corner of the net. Nubel had absolutely no chance.
That was very, very clean from Indominator. The back heel to set up the goal, as well as the finish, to put him back in front and the second player to cross the double-digit scoreline threshold.
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
And it's going to ask some big questions to us, Maccabi. No doubt some questions that haven't been asked of him for some time. Maybe even back to last year's final. Of course, had that incredible multi-goal competition. I think it was a 10-goal thriller in the end against Matchday. Boadu's won the ball, but the referee, that's a soft one for me.
Just a bit of a soft one. You've seen them not given on occasion by the referee.
Both players had a look at their team sheets and are happy to commence play now. Subs were made on the side of Monaco. You can see Diatta has entered the fray. Could we be seeing the first blemish on the record of Özmakabeel so far this season?
Yeah, only game he's dropped points in his game 1 against Matchday. Bayern.
Diatta. Minamino. Back to Diatta now, and I don't think that was who Özmakabeel was intending that pass to go to. And what can Arsenal do from the break? Across the halfway line, Jesus has a couple of men to aim for. One of them's Partey. Jesus queues up the strike.
It's that first time strike again. It's what Arsenal are looking for at every opportunity. Give Jesus an open target and an open passing lane or an open shot lane, and that's what they're going for here. It was a stunning strike as well, had that bit more venom on it. It looks like it cannoned off his own teammate though. It's gone for a goal kick.
Substitution for Arsenal. Number 20. Number 10.
So we're underway once more.
Number 25.
Game 1 of match 2 here on Matchday 4. And it is in Dominator, leading 2-1. It's looking for a third here as well. Trossard. Jesus was almost right place, right time. So close.
He's a penalty box predator, is Gabriel Jesus, and he's constantly on the search for that ball when it goes loose.
Good tackle from Arsenal. And Dominators looked up for this one today. That's a mistake though. Good pressure from Özmakabeel, and now Minamino. Inside to Ben Yedder, Boadu, Diatta cuts inside, and well.
Great challenge from Ben White there, great challenge.
Defence stood so strong. Not giving up on this though. Tierney just about gets his noggin on it. Final 5 in-game minutes now, and it's one-way traffic. Minamino. Ben Yedder beats his man. Boadu will win a corner.
Good work from Özmakabeel, knows that he's got the ability to find those opportunities. He'll give himself a second bite at this. It will be a corner.
Really nervy times now, with just a 1-goal lead against who is essentially the danger man of AS Monaco, the star, the leading goal scorer of this entire competition. We're moments away from a result. Penny for your thoughts right now in Dominator.
In as many ways, when we look at the stats, Özmakabeel is to Monaco what Irma is to Roma, in the sense of 7 points out of 11. Is their main point gatherer, for lack of a better term. Now he needs to find a goal here.
Coming on the field is Number 72.
This corner could be so important.
Substitutions taking place.
Marapan wins and Diatta! You just sensed the corner would be the undoing. And it is all level now. Monaco 2, Arsenal 2.
Goal scorer for Monaco. After
Back on level
87
terms now.
minutes.
But we
Number
literally said
27.
moments before, Uzmakabeel is going to have to find something. There's a big slice of luck and a big piece of fortune. But there are sometimes it's what you need within eFootball. And I think both players are there going, that's not the type of goal we want to score. But again, or certainly want to concede. But Uzmakabeel won't care either way. He gets him back to level with not long left on the clock here.
Dominator wants his lead back.
4 added minutes has been indicated.
Smith to Trossard. Is there a winner? You bet there is! In stoppage time! Dominator back in front! And what a goal that could be!
What is this game? What is this game? What a goal that is in the last moments of this game. Again, to find and have the awareness of knowing, because you can see it even here, it's a great view of it. Trossard is left all alone at all times there. He's always open. And then it's just finding that chance and then finding a control strike into the back of the net. It's a wonderful, wonderful goal from Dominator. Will that be the match winner? Because there is still time on the clock. And if we know anything from Uzmakabeel, is that if there is time on the clock, the game is still in danger.
That is some finish from Trossard, by the way. Still in stoppage time here, as you said, as long as there's time on that clock. Uzmakabeel will give it everything. Is there one last roll of the dice? Minamino will recover here. But Dominator intercepts and wins a vital 3 points for Arsenal Football Club. That is some performance against some player.
Well, you talk about statements that are being made. You talk about statements, that there is one of them. Again, may not necessarily have been the prettiest of performances from Dominator. Knows his back was against the wall on many of occasions in that game, but still found the pieces of quality that decided the game. And again, a fantastic result for him. And I'm looking to see who's sat down next, because I'm just making sure we've got our eyes set here. It looks like it's going to be Osterbuch for Arsenal. And it looks like we have got the Z-Tech Mega Bowl. I am delighted from a neutral venue and from a neutral perspective. As a youngest brother of 3 brothers, this here is giving me some food for the soul to watch 2 brothers, sibling rivalry at its best within the eFootball Championship Pro. It's the first time we've seen it. I hope it's not the last.
But before we do, let's reminisce on what was one of the all-time classic eFootball Championship Pro games. It may just be the regular season, but performance-wise, both men gave it absolutely everything up there. And it's a win, by the way, that puts Arsenal on top of the league. 21 points for them. They are now above FC Barcelona.
If you cast your mind back to previous seasons, Arsenal, I think if you'd have said to them, okay, well, halfway through Matchday 4, you've got your 21 points and you're top of the table, I think Arsenal, as an esports organisation, as a club, would have happily snapped your hand off. But it just goes to show both dovetailing their real-life domestic prowess now turns out that it also translates to the eFootball Championship Pro in their prowess. And again, looking at the players that are now on board for Arsenal, there may have been some question marks at the start of the season. There isn't anymore.
You're looking at that goal, 88th minute, 2-2. You're thinking, okay, fair play, points are shared now. May not have been the fashion in which Uzmakabeel wanted to score. Definitely not the way that Dominator wanted to concede. But this finish, those are the types I go back and check out the replay. If I'm playing single player, I'm just, you know, checking the angle on the goal, making sure that I get every angle perfect, because that curled finish from Trossard, picture perfect.
Oh, absolutely it was, and it had to be. It had to be, because the manual goalkeeping has been engaged by us, Maccabeal. The turn of the defender had to be perfect. Every nuance of that goal had to be pitch perfect, and as so, it was for a Dominator. And I think that, in terms of goal scoring prowess, I think that puts him up to 12 in the goal scoring tally, if my maths are right. Or maybe 11. I think they're up to 11 at least.
We can double check that, but for now, Ostrobich for Arsenal. And you're excited, Wes. And for those at home who may be thinking, who's representing AS Monaco here? We have to give a warm eFootball Championship Pro welcome to Zilo. His debut today, filling in for Eldridge O'Neill. A eFootball Championship Open winner from the Xbox platform. So another Championship Open alumni coming into the competition, which we always love to see. We also love to see you contributing your opinions to our audience questions. Make sure you keep giving us those. Love to see all of your opinions. But Zilo making his debut today, also a runner-up in the Euro 2021 for Poland at the age of just 14.
It runs in the family with these two. It runs in the family. Somewhere Papa Ziyech is sat at home being very proud of both of his sons being involved in this competition, but again, that's just only the smallest plot point that we have here, pretty much, is the sibling rivalry aspect. It's the aspirations of the two clubs, and it's more so, the pressure is a little bit on Zilo here, because he's got to come in and perform from the get-go. It's just against his big brother, who may know his game plan inside out, and that in itself could be chaos.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you are so used to playing in each other's bedrooms, in the living room, but it's a different kettle of fish here in the studios in Barcelona.
Yeah, there's one thing going from each other's bedrooms and playing a home leg and an away leg in a best of 5. It's a lot different here when you're under the bright lights here in Barcelona.
Well, we are underway here in Barcelona. Brother v brother. It is Zilo's debut for AS Monaco. A big welcome to him. And Ostrobich for Arsenal. A high-flying Arsenal so far this season. One ball looking for Jorginho. That won't be anywhere near the Italian's head, but I mean, what a game we have here. We'll keep going on about it because, as you said, as both of us are the youngest of 3 brothers, we certainly have some allegiances, and Zilo is giving chase here. Golovin. Kamara, far side. Stunning cross looking for Volland. Tierney clears.
Having played both of these players individually, both online and domestically, I can tell you they're 2 of the very best from out of the UK region.
Volland knocks it round. Boadu and Ben Yedder are there. Boadu, Ben Yedder! Advantage, younger brother. Zilo puts Monaco in front on his debut.
Doesn't matter how you get there, it's so long as you get there. Again, you'll see it scrambles, it's bobbling, it's bouncing all around in the box, but it falls to Zilo, who pounds that one into the back of the net. Again, you have to be alive to it, and it is that man, Ben Yedder. Almost stereotypical of what we normally see from Ostrobich, no reaction at all to a goal going in. But certainly I think these players will know they're in a game for the long haul. They know there's going to be a lot more to this game than just one goal.
What can Ostri reply with here? Martinelli! Straight at the keeper. Would have been some goal. First goal of his eFootball Championship Pro career. Jesus on the turn. dummy from Ben Yedder. Kamara. Referee's brought this one back for a free kick.
Yeah, it seems like he's growing in confidence already, is Zilo. Knows what he's capable of doing, knows the ability that he has. And again, you know, you're looking at it at the moment, you wouldn't think it's his debut. Near enough 20 in-game minutes in here.
Marapan, Ben Yedder's there again. Who will be the beneficiary here of some scrambled play? Following Boadu, he gets his strike off and finds the back of the net. Zilo 2, Ostrobridge 0. Some debut here.
Sometimes you need chaos. Sometimes you need it. Just put the ball and keep putting it back into places. You're testing the defence. You're testing your opponent's awareness of how long can they keep their focus and their concentration. And instead, again, it's Monaco. Again, finding another goal. Zilo, you can see there, I think he knows that'll be a very awkward plane ride home.
You're not wrong there. What can Oshri reply with? Martinelli just crowded out. Doubles his tally. Funnily enough, is now just 1 goal behind his older brother and adversary here in the league-wide goal-scoring charts. Ostrobridge trying to make amends to that as Odegaard gets his strike off. 3 goals on the season for Ostrobridge, 2 already for Zilo. Jorginho. Odegaard with a bit of momentum there, but couldn't carry it through, and it was almost a cutting pass through the Arsenal defence. Jesus also making a run. This is some game here between these two clubs.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect anything different from both AS Monaco and Arsenal.
Ben Yedder. Of course, it's such a mental game on the best of days in this competition. When you have to go up against family, it adds an extra bit of spice. And Jesus with a neat cut inside. Also cuts the deficit. 2-1 now.
It's neat and tidy. It's what he needed. It's what he needed at that point. Certainly just to give himself a bit of confidence there, Ostrobridge, to get himself back in the game. Really good through ball there. Again, gets ahead of the defender. We talk so much about Gabriel Jesus, about how important he is to Arsenal and all things Arsenal. You see there, just dips his run in, takes the ball away, manages to find the back of the net. So 2-1 at the moment now. Slowly heating up. I say slowly, we've seen 3 goals in a first half action.
Ten minutes till half-time, Ostrobridge gets one back. And in the Z-Tech Mega Bowl, as you put it, we are seeing some action here.
I'm going to need to trademark that by the end of the day, I think.
Thomas Partey. Odegaard. Defensively, often on debuts, we do see shaky performances, but Zilo is anything but thus far. Boadu has a man to find. It's Ben Yedder! Manual save from Ostrobridge.
Big save, it had to be, but there was only one place that ball was going when that cross is about to be deployed. So Ostrobridge has a good idea there of knowing that it's going to go that way anyway. So it kind of makes it almost a routine manual save, if ever there was such a thing.
Il y aura 2 minutes de temps additionnel.
2 minutes added on. This match day has been unbelievable so far.
We're not even halfway through yet.
We're halfway through this game though. Monaco 2, Arsenal 1. Neither brother dilly-dallying around. Second half underway just like that. Sides are swapped, and the referee has called this one back. Jorginho was fouled, and it makes you wonder whether or not any of the unwritten rules. I'll come back to that, as Jesus might be able to steal away a chance, and I think the referee's given a penalty here. He has. Well, it's going to be an Arsenal penalty. And this is an extra bit of spice.
Oh, the gamesmanship already kicking in with the aim assist being flashed on and off.
Trossard stepping up to equalise. Tucks it home. And if anything, sets us up perfectly here in the second half. Arsenal 2, Monaco 2.
It's a bit of fortune in the penalty award.
We'll see it again here.
Just the slightest of nudges in the back, but player doesn't go down. And that's also because Jesus is too honest, but even so, that's been and gone now. That is the past, and we are now stuck in the present. It's 2-2, thanks to the right boot. Leandro Trossard. And the outtake of breath you can see there from Ostribuch. He knows he's in a game. Zilo certainly knows it as well.
Oh, could be straight into the lead here. Trossard through. Who's he got for support? Anyone? Doesn't need anyone. From 2-0 down. Ostribuch is now leading younger brother. 3 goals to 2.
Interesting bit about body language. When that ball gets played to Trossard, if you were go back and watch this back on playback, you'll see Dominator's arms go up because he knows the opportunity is there. It's a brilliant ball, and again, the confidence. Sometimes, as we said, just take the shot, because at worst you're going to end up with a goalkeeper parry, and then there's an oncoming player. It's a brilliant ball. It's a great find to Trossard, and he has been electric for Arsenal throughout this entire game so far.
Advantage Austri. And if you're looking for an eFootball Championship Pro clash full of emotions, this won't be it. Could be more goals. Boadu tackled.
Saliba just too strong for him there.
But these two, as cool as you like. The Zitek family have ice in the veins. Boadu might receive that one as Odegaard goes into the book. Of course, a mutual respect between the two. Martinelli. Fofana on the clearance. Good footwork from Jesus. Odegaard denied.
Yeah, it was a point you were going to make before Jesus got brought down for that penalty, in terms of there's a certain code of ethics when you're playing his sibling. It'd be interesting to see whether that code of ethics still exists on the eFootball Championship Pro stage.
Absolutely. Any sweaty goals will be punished.
There's no playing in the corners. There's no, no playing about with people's tactics.
Martinelli. Jorginho now crossed in. They're queuing up for it. Tomiyasu with the cross. Good spell here from Ostribuch. Trossard with the header. Straight at Nubel.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about Gabriel Jesus in terms of this lineup between the pro players. The reality, actually, it's not just him you've got to worry about. It's Martinelli, it's Trossard, certainly Trossard is very much a focal point at this moment in time for this Arsenal team. Such is the defensive job that you have to do to try and delay Gabriel Jesus. Kind of can't forget that there is a Belgian there that is causing damage.
Here's Jesus this time. Some signing. Both Trossard and Jesus have been for Arsenal. For now, though, it's Zilo for AS Monaco coming forward. Ben Yedder. Back to Boadu. Golovin! It's 3-3!
I know we talked this up as a mega bowl, but this is a brilliant game to watch. Fantastic finish. Fantastic finish. Again, it was that neat triangle to find the right pass at the right time. You'll see it again in the replay here. And Golovin, again, kind of an unsung hero of Monaco's team throughout the last few years of eFootball Championship Pro. And you'll see it here. Again, Ben Yedder, again, always involved. Boadu spots that run, does Zilo of Golovin. Finds a brilliant first-time finish to the back of net, 3-3. And they cannot be separated at this moment in time.
Heck of a finish that is. I don't know why we bother showing these reactions. You're not going to see any emotion from either side.
From either
because mutual respect and also ice in the veins. So one for production maybe, but Odegaard's through here maybe for Arsenal's fourth. Unwritten rules out the window at this point.
Who's going to come out the beneficiary of this game, though? Is it going to be a stalemate, or will we going to see a game winner?
Still have 15 minutes left.
Can we get them to play another game? Can we get them to play the third as well? Because this has been incredibly entertaining to watch.
Yes, please. Jesus inside. Corner to come. 5 goals in game 1, 6 goals in game 2. And we've yet to see Arsenal's leading goal scorer entering today. Play, no doubt, in game 3. First, though, Arsenal corner. Gabriel onto Jesus. Partey, long-range strike. I'm nervous for them, Wes. I don't know about you.
I'm very much so. Very much sat here engrossed in this game because, again, it can literally go either way at this point. Because I can see either team, they still have danger from both of their players.
Oh, he came a long way, did Ramsdale.
The VIP gallery certainly said something magical coming there from Monaco. Instead, it's coming back the other way with Arsenal. Here's Jesus.
Near side versus Marapan. Will either brother have the cutting edge at the vital moments? Knocked down to Martinelli here. Crowded out in the penalty area as Volland knocks it down now to Golovin. Referee's brought this one back. See a lot of fan support there for the younger brother. Is there a final twist in this game? Martinelli. Arsenal corner now. Swung in. Cleared away. This one will come back at Monaco, though. Still alive here for Partey. Far side. 3 to aim for. Trossard could not collect. A lot of time added on here. Maybe a missed input from the Arsenal man. Trossard. Not good enough there. Cleared. Anywhere will do. It'll actually bounce here for Bouadou. And now, Gabriel tries the foul.
He's got advantage as well.
Beats his man far side. It will be a Monaco corner.
Last kicks and last throws of the dice here for Monaco.
This could be for all 3 points. Ramsdale punches. Enrique crossed. Cleared. Honours even between the two brothers. A fantastic spectacle. We could not separate the two. Ostrowicz did so well coming back from 2-0 down. But in the end, the Z-Tech Bowl ends 3-3.
What a wonderful advert for, as we said, eFootball Championship Pro. Again, the abilities of both players on show there. You see just how close it was. And again, and more importantly, if we talk about from a team perspective, Monaco getting a point on the board. So there's at least 1 point there, which means I'm not sure what effect it has on the league table, but I think that pretty much solidifies their ability to stay within that top 6 for now, at the very least. But again, it was such a tight game, and we saw it go backwards and forwards. It went from Ostrowicz to Zilo, Zilo to Ostrowicz. We saw so many back and forth moments. But you'd say, even on the balance of it, you'd say a draw was a fair result there.
I mean, Zilo scored some incredible goals. Not bad for a debutant at all in this competition. Ostrowicz had to dig deep. But you're right in saying that point from Monaco now guarantees the, well, bottom 2 place of Roma. We could see Inter have a fantastic result today. Mathematically still possible for them to find themselves in the top 6.
Just to be the small matter of taking 9 points off of Bayern Munich by all accounts, but still, as improbable as it may be, it is still possible. But of course, you know, looking at the finer margins that were here, it was that slight nudge on Jesus, which on another day isn't given as a penalty, and it can go the other way. But instead, it went the way of Arsenal's 2-2. Then it went the way of Trossard to make it 3-2, and then Golovin made it 3-3. So honours were even within that game. Of course, now though, now that we have seen these 2 matchups to start off first and foremost, match 3 is going to be Cams versus Roxa.
And it will. The man on your screen, of course, winner of Goal of the Day from Matchday 3. We saw him receive his award at the top of the show. A great goal it was as well, and he scored plenty just like that this season. 9 goals in the competition, entered today joint 2nd in terms of outright goal-scoring leaders, and most importantly, Wes, 9 points from 9.
Yep.
Win on Matchday 1, win on Matchday 2, and a win on Matchday 3 as well.
Yep, yeah, and he's been the man on fire. He really has. He's been the man for this Arsenal team. And again, we talked about like off-field signings within the esport teams, you know, in terms of, we said about how Barcelona signing Etorito has kind of established almost an air of expectation that comes with that. Signing a player like Roxa to your esports organisation, that gives the players around him that air of expectation of, okay, I'm not coming in here to be, you know, bottom of the league. Like, we're going in to shoot for almost the moon, as it were, you know, and having spoken to him, it's a top 2 that they want. It's not a top 6, it's a top 2. So that in itself is that trend set by Roxa.
Absolutely. Keep your opinions coming in at home as to who you would like to have in your dream team. Of course, some great selections there, but also who you think would win. Is that a yawn I saw from Roxa?
It's a pre-game yawn. It's a tactical yawn.
Okay.
That's what that is. It's tactical deployment. You yawn now so you don't yawn later.
Well, let's turn our focus to the man on your screens representing AS Monaco this season. been somewhat of a middle-of-the-road performance from Cams thus far. Of course, a loss on matchday 1, a draw on matchday 2, then a 4-3 win on matchday 3. You could argue steadily improving, but from a player of Cams' calibre, we expect him to be up there or thereabouts with the leading goal scorers, and quite frankly, I mean, 6 goals so far is certainly not bad, but it's the points that he would want.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we saw, as you said, from the goal tally with Merriman, in terms of you can score goals and be on the top goal scorers list, but the reality is that it's the points that almost bring home the bacon, as it were. And I think looking at it, you would certainly say that this is a game that he needs to win, both from a personal standpoint and from a team standpoint. Roxa, of course, has got that expectation already. He's come in and won 3 games out of 3 personally. Arsenal, very much in the ascendancy in terms of where they are in the league. There's all of these different bits that they're looking to add to their team. Interestingly, though, is that point that Semra brought up in relation to goal of the match day. We now know that, if we're going to go by form books, that Cams is now going to win the goal of the match day for match day 4. We don't even need to worry about it. That's what's going to happen.
It's a very good point that Semra raised. Very good point indeed, because the winner of the goal of the match day often concedes the goal of the match day in the next match day.
Yeah, so
very important to keep an eye on if that trend continues. So we're expecting some worldies here from Cams, is what we're saying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm expecting scorpion kicks from about 40 yards, all of those things. But equally, of course, on the other side of it, we have seen some incredible goals from Roxa. We certainly saw the one that got him to win matchday 3's goal of the matchday. So we'll be expecting a lot from both these players.
But for me as well, it's a 10 too much shaking, I think. Yes, exactly. He'll cry. I want to hear him cry too much.
I just hear the words, I want to listen to great commentary. If so, thank you. I'm sure I heard that.
Sometimes I feel you hear what you want to
Yeah,
hear.
of course.
But it's great to see how relaxed the Arsenal side of the stage are. Of course, we've known these players for some time, especially in Dominator. We almost tagline him the nearly man of this competition especially. Has come so close so many times, but find themselves now in form and enjoying it up there on the stage. One thing we know about Roxa, very loud.
Very, very loud.
Likes to talk to his competition and let them know he's there.
One thing we know about Cams, very, very loud. So expect fireworks here, ladies and gentlemen, for the viewers at home.
Well, we're underway of game 3 here, and it looks like Roxa going for goal in the opening 2 minutes. Attacking from right to left. Something tells me these two will make up for the emotion that we didn't see in game 2 between the brothers. Cams for Monaco, Roxa for Arsenal. Roxa has been goals galore thus far this season. Trossard from range. He's got his shooting boots on today.
He loves to shoot. He loves to, to explain the ethos or the mentality of Roxa. It's a case of when the opportunity is there to shoot, don't play about. Don't mess about. Take the opportunity and try and create something, which is why you see such a variety of goals from Roxa. You'll sometimes see tap-ins, you'll see screamers, you'll see controlled shots.
Corners come in and goalkeeper called into action. Right, there's plenty of goals in Roxa's portfolio. Across domestic duty and international duty as well. Of course, Euro 2021 winner with Serbia. Crossfield ball to Martinelli. Tierney was fouled, and I guess it's an appropriate time to ask the question, how do you stop a goal-scoring demon such as Roxa? He's a difficult customer to deal with, based on the pure volume of goals he likes to score.
Break his controller. That's the only thing I've got for you, because he's such an irresistible force. When Roxa gets going and Roxa is in this type of form, he's almost virtually impossible to stop. And that's what worries me. If you were to come up against him, he's impossible to stop.
Crossfield ball to Smith Rowe. Partey looking for Jesus at that far post. Of course, a big thank you to our referees on the stage, making sure that no controllers are broken. Making sure the rules are being abided by. Smith Rowe with the knock on. Jorginho. Now Cams with possession. Holland and Boadu combining really well. Kamara's taken a bit of a...
Took a knock there, big time.
Physical knock there. And instead it's Trossard with the Arsenal counter. Martinelli. Trossard is weaving. Just waiting for those bodies to enter the box. Partey hoping to feed on some scraps, but 25 minutes gone, near enough, and it's still 0-0. Jesus and Smith Rowe. Back to Jesus, takes the strike on. Long ball for Jesus! That is on a sixpence! An incredible pass to Jesus, who nods home the opening goal. Arsenal 1, Monaco 0.
That ball was hit like it had GPS on it. It was literally as pinpoint as you could ask for. Ball comes clear here. Again, it's that second chance that we speak about. Once the ball's cleared to roughly about halfway of your own area or your own half, you have to make sure it goes all the way, because otherwise these second chances can come there. It's a stooping header from Jesus. Nubel can't get near it.
Joins his teammate in Dominator in the double digits club this season. Goal number 10. To answer your question, in Dominator up on 11 so far this season.
Just goes to show you the quality that Arsenal have within their squad. You know, as we said, it is one thing having the ability to play this game effectively. It's another thing being able to employ it on your opponent.
What can Cams do? Boadu tries to beat his man, but just takes too much contact. Holland has a couple of men to aim for. Risky defensive formation there from Arsenal.
Yeah, almost an error there from Roxa. Took Gabriel away from it. It didn't really matter in the end of it, though.
Oh, Jesus! You saw the purple power bar for so long. And he rifles it into the back of the net to double the lead.
Cannonball as an absolutely unreal strike. He's hit it as hard as he could. Stunning strike, as we've said. They can sometimes be inaccurate, but when you have a player like Gabriel Jesus in this type of area, again, you see the purple bar, you can see the players not wanting to touch him, but it's too late. It's too late. It's an absolute cannon from that man Roxa. 2-0.
Celebrating with the same celebration that in Dominator did with Jesus, of course. Joins his teammate now on 11 for the season. He's scoring in free form so far this campaign. 5 to go till half-time. And Cams has really struggled to get a foothold in this one. To the feet of Boadu. Long ball looking for Volland. This could be a real chance. Zinchenko though. No nonsense defensive work.
Il y aura 2 minutes de temps additionnel.
Jorginho hoofs the ball. Is there one last chance here for Arsenal in this first half? Referee says no. A Jesus double from Roxa separates the two.
Just listening to again, it's that relaxed nature that we're seeing from Arsenal now. It's almost like the pressure of last season and the pressure they would have been under, it just seems to have just completely dissipated.
Ben Yedder. Boadu and Golovin. See the face palm from Cams as Maccabeal is up and walking around asking what needs to be done. Roxa coming forward. Jesus with the knock on, can't beat Marapan. That's a searching ball. Boadu in front of Tierney. Scott doing just enough. Chance now for Cams as Volland still giving chase. Just can't seem to get anything working right now. Enrique. Ben Yedder. Dispossessed though by Tierney. Cams is just looking for time. He doesn't seem to be afforded. Moving past the hour mark now in game 3.
70,987.
Long ball to Ben Yedder, it evades everyone in truth.
Just see the game just creeping away from Cams at the moment. You can see he's just slowly getting out of his grasp there. But you can also see on the flip side of it, you can see Roxa, he knows the importance of this result. He's just trying to just drain that clock, take it away completely from Cams, so there's no chance to respond.
To the feet of Jesus. Smith Rowe. Trossard and Martinelli. They're queuing up for it. Arsenal throw deep into Monaco territory, but first, some changes on the cards.
See the complete opposites between Monaco and Arsenal's feeling. You can almost sense it through the screen. You don't necessarily need to be in the building to see how they're feeling.
Jesus trying to cut back to Smith Rowe. You're right, you can almost sense it, can't you? It's an aura
le numéro 27. Changement en cours.
Almost of authority coming from the Arsenal side. Here's your updated scoring charts. Roxa looking to add one more here. Solidifying his place in that top three. Of course, we have the likes of Eterito, Kirito still to play today. Ben Yedder arriving.
It's a good header clear. Really good header clear. Had to be made as well.
Oh, Smith Rowe with his volley. Oh,
loves to hit them. He absolutely loves to hit them.
Anytime I see that purple power bar, I'm thinking this one could go anywhere. It was a quarter volley in truth.
He knows he didn't catch it quite as cleanly as he wanted to. But again, the subplots go. If the result stays as it is, that will be 12 points for a possible 12 for Roxa as an individual. It's an incredible run.
A great run from a great signing. And you just know if it stays this way, he won't be happy with it just being 2-0. That's how hungry the Serbian Roxa is. In a competitive environment, he just wants to better himself and better himself over and over. Been quite a quiet day at the office, in truth, from Cams. Still time on the clock. Just seem to be struggling to get to grips with this game number 3. Certainly not his day. We know he's capable of better. On the ball now, though.
Just see tiny changes coming in. Just again, just giving himself a little bit more energy in that final third. Is Roxa. You can see the time is not on Cam's side here.
Minamino just unable to bring the ball under his spell, and Roxa's not going to relent here. Jesus. Martinelli back to him now. Beats the first man. Saar with the head. Prevents that one from going goalwards. Offside against Roxa. And as we enter stoppage time, this one is but a formality. Arsenal just keep bringing home the results this season. Jesus, Smith Rowe, Diassi dispossesses. And that will signal the end of match number 2. Game 3 goes the way of Roxa, goes the way of Arsenal. We said just not Cam's day today, not much that could be done. And in the end, a strong performance. And as you said, the undefeated record continues.
Yeah, not dropped a point yet. And as such, is the most informed player within the tournament. Although, you know, in match 3 or game 3, we're about to go and see potentially another one of those players in Eterito.
That we are. What was a thrilling contest all around. Monaco made them work for it in games 1 and 2. But when you see Roxa take the hot seat, it's always going to be difficult. We saw the opener there just before the half-hour mark, and Roxa never really looked back, Semra. He looked in control, and as you see at the bottom of the screen, in that lower third, Arsenal taking 7 points away from Monaco. An unreal result for their match day, and yet the results just seem to keep coming for them.
They were a blink away from making it 2 weeks running of collecting all 9 points. They're undefeated in the last 2 match days, 5 wins, 1 draw. It really is amazing stuff, and you see that man right there, Roxa, absolutely rocking it today. He came in inspired form. He picked up the Best Goal of the Day award for all of his efforts. He's what now, the joint top goal scorer as well, I think it is, if my mathematics is all right. 11 goals. Double check it for me, but I think he's got 11 goals to his name now. So obviously a great day for him all around, and a great day for the whole team. And we saw earlier Weza talking it up, hyping up the mega ball. It really lived up to the expectation.
We shouldn't let him name things because they just stick with you. But to answer the question, he's 1 behind as Maccabee.
Is he? Okay.
1 behind.
One behind.
Both he and the Dominator, 11 goals each. That's an unreal return for their investment, Arsenal. And they just seem to be unstoppable so far.
They do. Thank you very much for that correction. I very much appreciate it. And talking about unstoppable, and Dominator as well, putting out quite a performance as well. Having gone ahead twice, and then obviously Uzma coming back as well twice. But he said, no, I'm not going to have none of that. I'm going to make sure I get all those 3 points. And making sure he got the final goal, the match winner in the dying embers of the game in extra time. Speaking of which, however, we can now cross over to the zone, the mixed zone, where Weza is actually with our dynamic duo of brothers. We can have our own battle of the brothers perhaps in the mixed zone then. Weza, let's see what they've got to say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Semra. I mean, yeah, as unique circumstances go within the eFootball Championship Pro, I'm joined by Ostribuch and Zelo. I've got Arsenal and Monaco both with me. I'll probably field questions to both of you guys if that's okay. I mean, in terms of the game that you guys played against one another, of course I was trying to call for it on commentary. I wanted that matchup. How did it feel going up against your younger brother in Zelo?
Well, it's definitely, to be honest, we play a lot together already in competition in Poland. It's always me and Miloš in the finals. We played maybe 10, 15 finals already in the Polish community and the Polish tournament. So yeah, it's always hard to play home. We train a lot together. It's like a chess match. We all know our skills, what we like to do, even for our penalties. Who likes to shoot where, who likes to dive where. It's also, very hard to predict and main games and stuff like that.
And Zelo, for you it was a debut, so for you it was slightly more special. How did it feel for you for your first game up against your older brother, but more importantly for a Monaco side that need points? You managed to gain that vital point. How did it feel for you?
I'm really happy to have my first debut, my debut against my brother, and to have 1 point. I'm happy with it.
It's great. It's great. I mean, again, for the game, it was quite well balanced for the two of you. I mean, you looked like you had no nerves whatsoever going into that game. I mean, looking kind of ahead towards Matchday 5 now, I believe it's Barcelona and Bayern and Barcelona in terms of your respective teams that you've got to go up against. How are you feeling about your matchup going into Matchday 5?
To be honest, I'm excited. We already played. I played the Spanish guys, Jose and Mestre in the Euros. We managed as Poland to win against them, knock them out. So to be honest, we hope for the same result next match day.
Fantastic. And of course for you, Zelo, again, in terms of how you're feeling for Matchday 5, now that you've got a game under your belt, you've understood, understood the experience that you've got here. How are you feeling going into Matchday 5?
I'm a little bit nervous because I know these are like the best 3 players maybe of the tournament, but I've got high hopes and I think we'll do well.
Well, it's good to hear from both of you. I mean, now you've got that slightly, less awkward airplane ride home. Yeah. It's a little bit less awkward. So, guys, back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much for that. It's very interesting to hear the two brothers there. Obviously, Zelo making quite a splash as he made his debut, going ahead actually in putting his brother up against the wall, having to fight back from behind to not only equalise but then eventually take the lead. However, Zelo would then come back as well to make sure that he got a point from Monaco. Well, let's take a look then at what the result of the last match means for these two respective sides. Obviously, Arsenal gunning their way to the top once more. 25 points on the board, 6 points clear Barcelona, who are in action next, so that may change. Of course, this is the live table, but whenever it comes to Monaco, they're still hanging on in there in the top 6 at present, Harry.
Yeah, I see what you did there, gunning for the top spot. I like that.
I'm trying to keep up with the pace of Weza.
I was going to say, we're dropping puns left, right and centre.
There's no lack of wordplay happening here, but
you got to pick up your game, Harry.
Fantastic to see Zelo interview with such confidence? Because there's so much nerves when you enter a studio such as this on your debut, such a young age, high pressure environment. But
and having to talk to Wes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intimidating at the best of times.
I think I can't get my puns out. It's just so intimidating. But yeah, Arsenal, they look unstoppable right now.
Brilliant stuff. They do look like the team to beat. They, along with perhaps the Catalans who are up next.
Yeah, that Arsenal look incredibly comfortable. It's just that, as we said on commentary, it's that aura they've given off now. It's no longer kind of the doldrums of, oh, well, we might not pick up points. There's, like I said, there's that expectation now that they're going into match days and they're racking up points. I mean, it's 8 wins, 1 draw and 3 losses. It's pretty good going, especially going into 12 games played. It's pretty good from them.
It is indeed. Well, talking about pretty good, we've got a really good match coming up next. A tantalising clash between the current leaders, I should say, at the start of the day, obviously been dethroned just now by Arsenal, as well as the former leaders from Matchday 1. It's Barcelona against AC Milan.
In my town, Giovinazzo, and I just finished a training session for the match day number 3 against Inter. Now we're going inside the car and we're going to meet some friends. And nothing. The training is going good. We're first in the league and we want to continue to be first in the next match day. So just thank you to everyone that support us. Visca Barça, Forza Barça, and see you in the match day.
Ciao ragazzi, sono Salvatore, in arte Sasigno, potete chiamarmi tutti così come fanno ormai anche i miei amici. Questa è la sedia sulla quale passo gran parte della mia giornata. Voi crederete che passo solo tempo qui per giocare alla PlayStation e invece guardate cosa sto facendo. Sto studiando storia greca, sono uno studente universitario, già sono laureato, sto prendendo un'altra laurea e su questa scrivania ci passo molte ore del giorno perché oltre a studiare è anche la mia postazione. Questa è la PlayStation, joystick, iPad per studiare eventuali tattiche anche, energy drink sempre presente e queste sono le mie medaglie. I miei pass degli eventi più importanti e lì ci sono anche alcune coppe. Torna a studiare che è meglio. Ci vediamo sul campo di eFootball Championship Pro. Un abbraccio da Sasigno.
Well, thank you to Semra as always. We'll be checking in with her again after this titanic affair between Barcelona and AC Milan, some of the European great clubs we have in this competition. With so much history, these two, of course, at the very top of that list.
Oh, absolutely. In terms of, in terms of the world stage of real world football, Barcelona and AC Milan are at the very tippy top of lists of historically relevant clubs and also relevant in today's game as well. And of course, from an esports standpoint, of course, Barcelona at the start of today were at the top of the eFootball tree. So, and also AC Milan have held that already. So it's eerily reminiscent of real world football where they're exchanging positions left, right, and centre. And I'm anticipating that we're going to have a very interesting game here because looking at these two teams and the way they're setting up, I think looking at the two screens that we can see here, it's the Parma versus Naples. That in itself is a pretty interesting matchup because Naples has had a couple of interesting results, has managed to win in the last match day against AS Monaco, but lost against Manchester United the match day before. And the Palma has kind of almost become the tag you don't really want within eFootball, is the draw specialist.
3 draws back to back to back, as we saw the Barcelona contingent walk out the tunnel, of course, with a young mascot, Noah. Good to see him supporting his eFootball favourites. And of course, you can keep an eye on socials, of course, for all the news, as well as the website for all the latest fixtures, standings, scores, you name it. Make sure you check it out. But yeah, 3 draws back-to-back from the Palma, a player who in co-op competition was very strong. We were seeing him fire off matchday MVP after matchday MVP a few seasons ago. But this season has flattered to deceive just slightly, and you're hoping maybe this is the game where you say, okay, the Palma, you go out first. You set the tempo for Eterito, for Alex Alguacil, and prove to us here that you can get those goals flowing, as we know you can.
As we heard on Matchday 2 with Alex's post-match comments, very much at pains to say that this Barcelona side is not just an Eterito side. It's not just Alex Alguacil side. It's not just the Palma side. They are Barcelona as a unit. Now, looking at how these two are lining up and sizing each other up, we have seen it before with the Palma, where we have seen an explosion, where it's just come out of nowhere. I cast my mind back to, I believe it was when he played Barbosa, when it was Barcelona versus Arsenal a season or 2 ago, where it was, I think it was like 5, 6 or 7-0. It was a drubbing, but it was a performance we didn't anticipate. I still am anticipating that there is some type of performance there from the Palma. He has it in the locker. Of course, up against Naples, though, he's not up against, you know, somebody who's just turning up for their first game. It's a seasoned veteran.
Absolutely. AC Milan did not come this far just to come this far. They want to prove they deserve to be at this level, as they have in match days previous. As you said, Naples has 6 goals to his name thus far. Has proven that he can get goals on the score sheet. As I search my brain for the right word, it's difficult sometimes because my brain's not very big. But 6 goals, 2 wins, 1 loss. He's been a real, dare I say, a star man for AC Milan, picking up the most points for them, 6 points.
Yeah, he's the one that is kind of you're kind of sticking out and thinking that that's their kind of their all-star, as it were. The issue is, of course, as we've seen with these teams where you have a, in inverted commas, star player, it kind of then, it makes it difficult for the other 2 players. You want a team, or you want a unit, or you want at least a symbol of that unity through the team. You don't just want it, well, it's insert player and there's a supporting cast or some backup dancers. You want it to be, well, actually, they're all worth their merit to be here. So you want to see that from Cecinho, from Kirito. You want to see them back Naples up. And more importantly as well from the Palma, you want to see him break his kind of his duct, as it were. And you want him to back up what we've already seen from Alex and from Ettore. That's what we kind of need to see.
Well, we thank you for your patience. As you can see, moments away from kickoff. Kicking off match 3 of match day 4. We will cross the halfway threshold as soon as this kicks off, but you can hear from both sides some last-minute tweaks wanting to be made here from the Palma and Naples as well.
It's just the final tweaks. I mean, you would think these guys would be prepared by now, but sometimes you, as we say, they wait for everything to be exactly the way that it is. Now, interestingly, if you look at Barcelona's side of the game plan here, 4-1-2-1-2. So very rarely seen that deployed within eFootball Championship Pro. Again, as we've always said before, people tend to go to that almost cookie-cutter 4-3-3 formation. It's nice to see a little bit of deviation there, and maybe the Palma's thinking, well, yeah, maybe I need to do something different here. Maybe I need to break my own pattern and try and get himself in on the sheet here. And the referee's just making sure that sporting integrity is kept to its maximum.
And we're underway then. Bit of a lengthy stoppage pre-game. But it is now Barcelona versus AC Milan. Tonali and Rebic looking to combine. It is Naples for Milan, and it will be De Palma for FC Barcelona. Difficult to pinpoint exactly where the sore spot is for De Palma this season. We say a sore spot, he's still steadily picking up points, but no wins thus far. It's not what we're used to seeing from Saul. He is a strong competitor, especially in 1 versus 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen, as you said, you don't pick up MVPs of match days past, at least in the co-op form of eFootball Championship Pro. You don't pick them up by just being a hanger-on. You have to be a willing and active participant. And as we said, we've seen also from the 1v1 version of De Palma that we've seen, he has got the ability to cause problems.
Kessie laid off by Lewandowski. Beats Kier. And who's there at the far post? Pedri. Skulking around. Dembele with some nice skills, beats his man as well. Tomori comes across and makes the ball his. Diaz and Leao combining over there, but it'll be a corner, courtesy of Koundé. Tonali to do the honours. Leao was the intended target. Linesman calls it offside, and what I think Barcelona fans will be expecting from De Palma, not to keep going on about it, but the fact he's only picked up 3 points, all of which by way of a draw, only scored 2 goals so far, and we keep saying it, we keep bringing it up because we are so expectant of De Palma to provide those results, and no doubt Barcelona fans will be expecting him to come good as well, as Lewandowski almost staying alert to it.
Well, if you're a Barcelona fan and you're wondering about why we keep mentioning it, is that if you remember from Matchday 3, we were mentioning at length about Ostribuch's dry spell in terms of victories, and look what happened there. He comes up with a victory. So, if anything, I think Barcelona fans might be asking us to carry on talking about it because it might just talk it into existence.
And we are these players' biggest fans as well. We know all of them personally and want them to do well and perform to the calibre that we know they're capable of. Kessie to Lewandowski as a man over on that far side, if he can find him. What's the idea here from De Palma?
To find that perfect pass. He's found one to De Jong, but Bakayoko will take it clear. And again, you can kind of see the patience from De Palma. He's just trying to find a way through that very robust AC Milan defence. If it's got Tomori, it's got Calabria, it's got players who can do damage, Kayer as well, that they are defensively very strong.
Yeah, Leao as well in the Barca box, but can't bring it under his spell. You mentioned all those weapons, but of course Naples defensively been very, very strong this season so far. Only conceded 1 goal, I believe, in Matchday 2 against Kilsue. So a difficult customer to break down. 10 to go till half-time. Brahim Diaz. Leao to Tonali. He can put in a good one. Oh, across the face. Always dangerous when it goes across the face of goal like that. It's been a fairly open first half. In truth, we're approaching half-time, barely any stoppages. The ball has stayed in play for the majority of that. Reflected in the fourth official's stoppage time additions. Just the 1 minute. Still alive here for Milan. Leao inside, double touch and the strike. Can't get through all the players, and we are even at half-time. Milan 0, Barca 0. Just waiting for this one to come to life a little bit.
It's just kind of, I don't want to use the word boring, but it's more of an intrigue, because you're trying to find where these two are going to break each other down, and it's seemingly when you get to that kind of last third of the pitch, they're seemingly lacking in the quality to find the right options at the right time.
No changes, sides have swapped. Who can break the deadlock for us here? Rebic. Naples starting to build now. Leao, Rebic, looking for Leao again. To the feet of Leao, that's a really good ball, looking for Ante Rebic, but just asks a little bit too much of him. Now the Palmer's turn to build. Frenkie de Jong, Dembele, Lewandowski. Kessie's there, de Jong, Dembele! 1-0! There's the Palmer we know and love from seasons previous. Scoring first against a stout defence. Advantage to Barca.
Yeah, it's another one of those second chance goals. Once that first chance has gone, you have to clear your lines, and you have to do it effectively. Instead, he comes back the way of de Jong. Dembele gets a little bit of fortune there. Cannons off a defender, but there was nothing lucky about that ball movement. Again, neat little back heel. Finds Dembele at the back post. You just see there, first time one from Frenkie de Jong, and as good as Mike Maignan is, he's not good enough to beat that. And Dembele gives Barcelona the lead in the second half.
It took 55 minutes, but we've got a goal in our game one. The Palmer's third of the season. What can Naples do? Milan corner now as we approach the hour mark. We hope that goal will be the impetus that both sets of players need to just blast this match wide open.
Say that the instructions just falling very quietly to each player there. They could always go one step further and just cover their mouth with their hands.
De Jong clears. Leao, Tomori. Back to him, stayed up from the corner. Could leave them weak at the back here as Lewandowski. Almost favourite to win that aerial duel. That's a lovely ball, and the finish just lacking there.
Snatched at it. Snatched at it. Had the ability to maybe bring that down. Instead, he went for the volley, and again, it's an incredible skill to pull off, but not in that scenario.
The Palmer on the charge now. Goal scorer Dembele cannot find Pedri. And there are options here on the break. Bit of a mistake at the back from the Palmer, and now Leao wrestles with Koundé. Pedri and De Jong combining, and now it's a 3v3 at the back. Dembele gets involved. De Jong, just can't be fed again. Final 20 or so in-game minutes now. As we cross the 70th minute, that's usually the signal for changes to come, and both players agree.
Yeah, it's that moment. It's that right time to bring subs on and bring fresh legs on. The issue is, of course, with obviously their collective strength being at 24-30, the issue is that the players you're bringing off the bench are not necessarily at the same level as those on the field. So it's a little bit of risk and reward. Like how do you change it so you don't feel as though that your team is weakened by those substitutes?
Such a delicate balancing act you have to do in regards to team strength. As you said, have to keep it under that threshold. That's what our referees on the stage are looking out for. ...15 in-game minutes for Naples. To hold steady and also try and get one back, but Kessie has retrieved the ball. Lewandowski dispossessed by Bakayoko. Tonali to the feet of Rebic. That's a really nice turn. Milan starting to build now. Leao, can he get there?
Done really well there, the Palmer, to keep that in.
Big collision there between Pedri and the Milan man. I think it was Tonali he clashed with. Time ticking away here for Milan to get an equaliser. The Palmer senses blood though. Five in game left to play.
Great challenge, fantastic challenge that is from the Palmer. Had to be made.
And the referee has seen something he doesn't like, namely an offside. So that was a vital challenge, especially considering possession now turns over to Barcelona, entering the final stages, but just a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from the Palmer. Just leaves the door open now for AC. Adli. Tonali! Oh! Was that the chance to get anything from this game one?
That's the chance. That is the chance. To answer your question, that is the chance. Again, prime real estate. You're within 18 yards. Again, a flares you probably want it falling to. Tonali is probably not up there. He's dragged it wide. Instead, it gives the Palmer the ball. We can now eke out the time. And there's the final whistle.
It's a first win of the season for the Palmer. 1-0 versus Naples. 3 points in the bag for Barcelona. That's all he will worry about. It was a real attritional affair. It seems like we say that in one game at least every week, but it truly was, while both players trying to break each other down.
It wasn't pretty, and it wasn't as skillful as we want it to be, but it won't matter. The Palmer's got himself across the line. He's got his first 3 points. Ironically, now doubles his points tally in one game for the entire season. But again, it won't matter to Barcelona. They've got a win on the board, and that means they are one step closer to regaining their top spot from Arsenal.
You're absolutely right. They're chasing down the North London club, still with Alex and Eterito to play and take the stage here. But those 3 points mean Barcelona up into second place. Or rather, they stay in second place, but now only 3 points behind the Gunners. And there was the goal we saw from Dembele. We say it so often, staying alert in those chaotic moments at the back is absolutely paramount. De Palma did just that, played the extra pass to Dembele, and just like that, 3 points are his.
Yeah, so again, it's pulling, it's converting the chance that you had, because that was the only real chance that I can remember from De Palma. But sometimes it doesn't matter about how many chances you get, it's your conversion rate. If your conversion rate is 100% of your chances, you're more than likely going to win the game. And of course, looking at who we've got here now on screen, it's now going to be Eterito versus Kirito. So enjoy trying to distinguish between those two players as to who we're speaking about at once. But sizing up now that if Ettore can bring it through in game 2, that means then it's then down to Alex in game 3. But the curious point here is AC Milan. We've been saying this for the last 2 match days now. What version of AC Milan are we seeing? Are AC Milan actually one of the front runners, or are they one of the teams that are in the top 6? Or even, are they one of the teams that are going to slip into the bottom 2? And we still are no wiser. The more that we see from them, it kind of almost promotes that question even further.
It's always difficult to know. What we do know, we get from that man. Another multiple-time world champion in this title, Eterito. Looking at his form book, win, win, win. Matchday 1 beats Lotfi 4-1. Matchday 2 beats J Victor 1-0. Then Matchday 3 takes on El Matador and wins 4-1. Very impressive. 9 points from 9. Similar situation that we found Roxa in that we expect Eterito to win at this point. So for Kirito to show us anything other than that would be an amazing result, in truth, for AC Milan.
Well, if you look at Kirito's last victory was Matchday 1. So, came through a 2-2 draw against Lotfi, against Manchester United, lost 4-3 to Cams in Matchday 3. So now it kind of, it's a case now of, can he find that form? Can he find what he needs to find with this team? Because yes, they've changed a little bit of their setup, or at least we saw that from Naples in terms of deploying Rebic. And yes, it gives you a quicker option, but one of Barcelona's main plus points in this type of mode is the fact that their backline is physical. They've got Araujo, they've got Christensen, they've got Koundé. They've got players that can batter you physically. And sometimes that may need a Zlatan Ibrahimovic, they might need an Olivier Giroud, they may need a focal point to run through.
That's absolutely right, and we speak about it ad nauseum off air, where we keep willing these players to play the hand you're dealt, so to speak.
Certainly I do.
Instead of trying to stick to a meta, you have to play to your club's strengths. And, well, one of Barcelona's strengths is the fact they have a multiple-time world champion in Eterito to take the stage for game number 2.
That's a hell of a strength to have, by the way.
And he's on the ball here with Pedri. De Jong to Lewandowski. This is already looking promising. Dembele keeps it alive. Ooh, almost scores a rebound.
All I heard from up in the gallery was "ooh-wee." That's all I heard up there. But you can tell, you can almost tell in the room as well who players are actually rooting for here, because you can hear the reactions from players. You can hear it any time that a chance goes one way or the other. Players here, they're actively looking at what results can be in their favour, even if it's not their team involved.
It's an interesting point you raise, of course. Every game in every match has permutations league-wide. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with those as things stand. But we introduced Eterito. Of course, we have Kirito for AC Milan, defending well there. Sure, only 4 points to his name thus far and seems to have a bit of a downward trend in terms of form, but the goals are good. The goals are coming for him. 7 goals in the season so far. Pedri with a great touch, in stride. Defended well again, though.
The speed in which Eterito can move that ball, it's frightening how quickly that can go. In terms of these combination plays that you'll look for, or that he will look for, it's frightening how quickly he can move the ball.
Kessie to the feet of Pedri. Back to him now! There's your opener. And you said the speed at which Eterito can build the attack almost caught me off guard. The snapshot sneaks its way through. And Eterito picking up where he left off in this competition 3 weeks ago. 1-0 now.
Yeah, big goal. Again, you can see there ricochets, and you can see De Jong trying to make the best of it. But from there, it's all gameplay from Eterito. It's all gameplay. It's all neat little touches in and around the box. It's, 2 or 3 yard passes that are just opening up that team. And it's Pedri's finish. He knows the importance of the goal. He knows that the job isn't finished, and he will know that he needs to go again. Quirito certainly given food for thought with that goal.
Well, Quirito will have to dig into his bag of goals thus far this season. Eterito, the 4th player to reach the double-digit club. 10 goals so far. Joins in dominator Roxa and, of course, Uz Makabil there. Quirito just behind him as well. Nice build-up play here on the counter. Pedri with great control. Lewandowski, stunning strike. Palmed away. And this build-up was sumptuous from Eterito.
Great movement again. And if you're looking for gamesmanship, I think he's tried to read the manual goalkeeper before it's happened there. He's just tried to hit one early, thinking that Quirito might just move his goalkeeper. Instead, kept it in place. But again, still gives himself a corner, gives himself an opportunity here.
I enjoyed the nods of approval from the Palmer. Pedri swings in the corner. Through the feet to De Jong, and Lewandowski catches the goalie off guard.
It was a snapshot if you've ever seen one.
Tonali, Leao. Just unable to slice open the Barca defence. If you're just joining us, welcome. Here in game 2 of match number 3 of Matchday 4. Let us know who you think is going to win. For now, Quirito trying to force the issue here. Tonali beats 2 men, but Kessie with the recovery. As you said, that Barca defence can be incredibly physical, but also the midfield as well.
Yep, and yeah, in terms of Busquets, with De Jong, with Frank Kessie, they've got some, again, great players to use there. Again, really good footwork just to draw the foul. Really good footwork from Eterito there.
Now, I wonder if he'll fancy a sight of goal here. 10 goals so far this season. Looks like Dembele will be the man to receive it short. Just waiting for the opportunity. And De Jong, oh, that's neat.
Cheeky.
That is very neat indeed. A little dink is all De Jong needs. Class from Eterito.
I was about to say, he looked like he was working something from the training ground. He got a big slice of fortune, as we'll watch it back in the replay here. This ball, it's charged down by AC Milan, but instead it's navigating right into the path of Frenkie de Jong. But the awareness to know that this is the coolness and presence of mind here, to know that you can just do a little dink, take the goalkeeper out of the equation, and it's coolness from Eterito. Brilliant finish from the Italian.
Quirito left with his mouth open, wondering what just happened.
And sometimes playing Eterito will do that to you.
Barca 2, Milan 0. Eterito, of course, chasing down the leading goal scorers, and, well, he wants more into the feet of Lewandowski. Pedri also waiting. Just a corner, though. Gear away. Good reading of the play, and, well, Quirito's been rewarded with a 1v1. Rebic against the keeper. What can he do here? Just took a little bit too long. Nerves of steel from Eterito in defence.
Yeah, one more attribute I kind of forgot to mention. They're also incredibly quick at the back line as well.
Frankie de Jong will come back to him again. Lewandowski dispossessed and cleared. 5 to go till half-time. As things stand, Barca back on top. With still a game to go. Lewandowski with de Jong. Back to him! What do you say? From an improvised finish, Eterito finds the back of the net to join Özmakabil at the top of the goal-scoring tally. 3-0.
Unreal ball movement. Again, it's just, it's understanding how the game functions, and it's understanding how your team function within that game. And certainly at this moment in time, Eterito is probably the most in-form player in this competition. I know my Serbian friend Roxa may have something to say about that, but certainly in terms of the quickness and the ease in which they can move through the gears, it's unreal to see.
Absolutely it is. It's Barca 3, Milan 0, and we're not done with the first half yet as Dembele is bringing the ball forward. Pedri. Over to Robert Lewandowski. Final attack of the half, no doubt, as the referee about to blow the whistle, and there it is. Pedri, de Jong, Lewandowski. A fantastic 3 for Eterito.
It's almost like it's another day at the office for Barcelona.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's
crazy.
The body language of a team that know what they're here for. They're going to take it, and you're just going to have to deal with it. That's seemingly the air and the confidence that comes from, as we said, I feel as though that the further up the top of the table you are, the more confident you're going to be on stage. Once you've got to that comfort level of, yeah, I'm here playing a game of eFootball. I've got 2 of my buddies who are behind me. Yeah, well, I'm 3-0 up. Yeah, it's all right. It's almost that kind of, it's just a supreme confidence that there is from this Barcelona side.
Well, the second half now underway. It is, isn't it? A level of nonchalantness almost. Pedri looking for Dembele. But just to confirm, that goal from Eterito is goal number 12 across 4 match days. Really, really strong form from the Italian. Corner to come. And Pedri, through a crowd of players, wins the header. Frankie de Jong threatens to go inside, has gone to ground, still alive here for Barcelona! Now the outright leading goal scorer on 13 goals. What can you say?
I've told you before, and I will tell you again. These players don't like to share anything. They don't like to be, oh, we're joint leaders, or oh, we're joint top of the table. They want to be at the top of the tree. And again, Eterito is the one swinging the hammer right now. He is going to town on this AC Milan defence. And it's another goal from Pedri. It's another goal where somebody is waiting at that back post, waiting for that pass across. He knows the performance is there. It's almost that he's kept that bottled up. I think he knows that he's still got a job to do here. He's still got to finish this off. But again, from a Barcelona standpoint, it's brilliant for them.
And they're in dreamland. Goal number 13. Lucky for some. And I do feel a little bit sorry for Carrito, because Eterito has truly stolen the show here. So difficult when you come up against such a formidable opponent to give a good account of yourself, and right now it seems Eterito is just one of the best, if not the best, league-wide currently. I did have a bit of hope for Carrito coming into this. He's bringing this forward with Diaz as well. Cross to Rebic, straight into the hands of ter Stegen. When you look at his previous results, all very close, within a goal of each other.
Yeah, it's not been a blowout on any of the games that Carrito has had. Again, sometimes though, as we said, you just, on the day, you match up against a better player, and sometimes that does just happen. I mean, we can see here just the fluidity that Ettore is moving with here. Ball into the back post, nearly there for Dembele. He was so close, but you can just see how, like I say, it feels as though he's at home with this team. It feels as though he's just kind of, he's took it on. He's learned how this team's meant to work, how the DNA of Barcelona works within eFootball. And now, as you can see, they're above just at the moment in time on goal difference alone. They still have a game left to play. Right now, they are very much in the ascendancy.
There's definitely a certain affinity between Eterito and this Barcelona squad. Just seems perfectly balanced and in full control. Can Carrito turn the conversation his way? Building here with Brahim Diaz is just pressured too early. Also turns the ball over to Pedri. Tomori defending well. Tomori to the feet of Rebic, and there's a chance here for Carrito. It'll be a Milan corner.
It's good work from Carrito. And good ball movement, finds the man that's over. Sergio Busquets lacking in the department of tracking the runner. Instead it's saved and out for a corner.
Yeah, not before some substitutes. Still have about 20 or so in-game minutes to play here in game 2.
Guagna uno, anche di 5. No, ecco guagna fuori.
Numero 14. Numero 10.
Milan corner. Rebic with the unintended knock on. Leao, has he stayed on? The linesman says otherwise.
It's only just, mind you, but again, you feel as though that chance that was created before that corner is the only real chance that Carrito has had during this game. And as we said, sometimes when you come up against these types of players, and by these types of players I mean top level players, if they want to have this type of performance against you, they will do.
Rebic back to Leao now. This has been a good spell for Carrito. It's kept Eterito fairly quiet going forwards. I hope I haven't just cursed you, my friend, as De Jong now into the box, turns inside with the left foot, and it's
You
gone all
need to
the
stop
way
talking.
through.
You need to stop talking.
All the way through for Barcelona's 5th goal. Kirito, I am sorry. I hold my hands up. But it is Eterito 5, Kirito 0.
Yeah, you can see there as well the ball movement to get that free. And again, it's a big slice of fortune. It's an on-rushing Robert Lewandowski who just stoops in front of the ball. As you'll see here again, it's a super cancel stop just to get himself the angle. Goes to the control strike. Instead, it just cannons off of Lewandowski. And because Magnan's animation has already kicked in where he's trying to make that save, he's stranded. And I think even there's a royal smile between the both players there. I think they both know that that is an unfortunate goal to concede.
Yeah, the show of respect from Eterito saying, not much I did in terms of forcing that goal. Rebic with this header. Couldn't connect in the end.
14 goals for the big man now.
He started today on 9. Unbelievable. Kirito. Just met with a wall of players every time he brings the ball forward. De Jong, Pedri, Kessie, all getting involved. De Jong, Lewandowski, Dembele. Is there anyone there? Kessie. Finally into the hands of the goalkeeper. You just have to hold your breath when it's coming forward with Eterito, because you have no idea which way it's going.
You don't know which way it's going. You don't know how quickly he's going to move this ball. But he certainly, as you can see there, that attacking diamond that we've spoken about so much. You know, there's an AMF in position as Dembele is looking to make his way in on goal, looking for De Jong. He just scrambles it away, does Kirito, and it's going to be 4 added minutes here. But you don't know which way he's going to go. He could go left, go right, go straight down your throat. It can literally go anywhere.
Robert Lewandowski. Dembele. Calabria defended well that time, and will the last attack of the game go AC Milan's way? The referee says absolutely not. I have seen enough. It will end Barcelona 5, AC Milan 0, in what was a bit of a drubbing.
It was. In truth, it was attack versus defence at many stages of that game, and but rightly so. We saw the attacking prowess that Eterito has at its disposal. Again, if you're going to put good players in charge of great football teams, it's a problem. If you're going to put great eFootball players in front of incredibly strong teams, it's going to be a massive problem. And I think that's what the competition as a whole has with Barcelona, is the players who are at their disposal are world beaters, and the players who are in control of them are world renowned. So it's a big problem.
6 points under their belt so far. We will have to wait until the next match day to see Kirito back in action. And with all due respect to him, Eterito makes anyone look human, so shouldn't take this one too personally. Just coming up against one of the world's best players in fine form. Continues his undefeated streak in this competition. 4 wins out of 4 for Eterito. One word, dominant.
Yeah, no points dropped. Top of the goal scoring tally. As a personal statement of intent, it's, as we said before, or as we said on previous match days, it's like he's never really left the competition, because he was at the top of the tree when he was in here previously. He's now back again, and it's almost as though, well, I'll just pick up that baton from where I was before.
Just, it leaves you speechless, doesn't it? We still have another game, by the way, to come in this match, but just one final thought on Eterito. A complete performance. Skyrockets to the top of the goal scored charts. Surely we've just seen the Golden Boot winner of this season.
Well, it's a question to ask, certainly, and again, if you were a betting man, you wouldn't bet against it, because again, looking at the abilities that he has at his disposal, looking at the fixtures he has left on the card. I mean, you look at the teams that they've already played. They've played Manchester United, they've played Bayern, and they've played Inter, and now they've played AC Milan. It means, by my calculations, they've got Roma left. They've got the likes of my mind's going blank now as you put me on the spot. No, they've played Manchester United. I'm keeping us up to date with you've got Monaco, who are next up for them. And then there's the biggie, actually, how can I forget? There's the biggie against Arsenal.
Yeah.
So those are the 3 games left on the slate after today's one. You wouldn't bet against Eterito picking up that golden boot. Or golden controller, as it would be in this form.
Well, I still give him the golden boot. But anyway, time to stop talking about Eterito. We've just had 90 in-game minutes of that. Now time to talk about our 2 players to round out the end of match number 3. It will be Alex Alguacil, who has been steadily gaining points this season. Undefeated so far, by the way.
He's coming off of back-to-back wins as well, which, again, as a return to the Alex that we used to know. We know of him from previous co-ops in terms of with Broken Silence being buddied up with Eterito. There's that almost... It's almost like that little bit of the green mushroom, as it were, for gamers out there. It's almost given him that in terms of actually, that's the shot in the arm that I needed. And now all of a sudden we're seeing those levels that he used to be at. And maybe it's that change of scenery that, again, I'll put the question to you, as soon as we're putting awkward questions on one another. Did he need the change of scenery from Bayern?
Well, I always seem to feel that Alex... I always feel like it wasn't his choice to leave Bayern. I don't know if that's any truth. You'll have to ask him that yourself when you're on the interviews, but always feels like his homecoming to Barcelona was always going to be the best fit for him outside of Bayern. So great to see him hitting the ground running.
Yeah.
His opponent here, who we haven't even had a chance to talk about yet, as we're moments away from kickoff. In fact, we've already kicked off. It will be Sassinho. Form book not looking great for him, but great to hear at the start of this match, of course, how he likes to prepare for match days, studying for another degree, already has one in Greek history, so certainly has the intelligence. We'll see if the confidence and the execution is here today for him. For now, though, Alex coming forward. Lewandowski turns, has plenty of space to try and find De Jong to Dembele! Vision everywhere for Alex.
Unreal. Unreal from Alex Alguacil. Again, the gamer in me was thinking, he's crossed that when he didn't need to. And then, again, in my head, the gamer in me went, he's knocked that on when he didn't need to. Absolutely forget what the analyst tells you. That is a fantastically well-worked goal. On the volley as well, might I add. Brilliant finish from Dembele at the back post. He just loiters into shot, takes that, and rifles it into the back of the net. It's a wonderful finish from Alex Alguacil. 1-0 so early on in the game.
Well, that's a statement of intent. 5 minutes gone. Barca 1, Milan 0. Sassinho now, his first real touches of the ball. Leao trying to shake off Sergio Roberto, but he's a tough man to shake off. Pedri. Back to him now. Kessie with so much space. Just crowded out in the end though, well defended by Sassinho. Brahim Diaz. Calabria. Sassinho looking lively here, but that's a really good read from Alex. Inside to De Jong. There's plenty of Barca shirts here, willing and able to take possession.
One stat to pick up from those first two games, by the way. Not a single goal for AC Milan yet.
Pedri back to Lewandowski. Oh! It was almost harder to miss that chance. Really good goalkeeping. Should have been 2-0.
Took the words right out of my mouth there, but again, it's the manual goalkeeping that's then kind of... It's given Alex something to think about when he's put that ball across the box.
Wow, how vital might that miss be? Feet of Rebic, Leao. This is really good build-up from Sassinho. I think he'll be rewarded with a corner here. Just going back to that chance, it's always a bit of mind games, isn't it? It's a psychological battle in a 1 versus 1 with almost too much time there. You could see the play developing even from where we were sat. Milan corner. And almost sneaking all the way through. But you just sense, maybe with less time there, Alex probably buries that chance.
Yeah, it's instinctive. It would have been instinctive. Instead, it's gone back the other way, or at least it went back the other way that the goalkeeper was already stationed. I mean, you're hoping if you're a Barcelona supporter or part of the Barcelona contingent that that isn't too costly. All going forward, though.
Goalkeeper called into sweeper duties. I mean, between Barcelona and Arsenal, they look like real informed teams currently. Pedri and Lewandowski! They continue that fine form. Barcelona 2, AC Milan 0. Game 3 is going the same way as games 1 and 2.
What were you saying about giving him less time to think? Absolutely. As you see here, ball ricochets, then ball is played back. It's a first-time strike by Robert Lewandowski. He's falling over as he hits it. But he hits it and it stays hit. It goes into the back of the net.
It's not the first time we've seen a improvised finish from Lewandowski turned into actually quite a composed finish from these esports players on the stage. Goal number 7 for Alex in his new home. That gives him the 2-goal cushion, which arguably should have been instated with that chance. Makes the job a bit more difficult now for Sassinho. Brahim Diaz!
Finally!
Finally for Milan! Fires it home to turn the tables and start to flip the script a little bit here on Barcelona. Now we've got a bit of a game.
Yeah, certainly have, and it was almost a carbon copy of some of the goals we've seen already today. Back heel to Freeman at the back post. And this time it's Brahim Diaz that finally puts a goal on the board for AC Milan.
Yeah, no reaction from Sassinho. He knows that's just 1 goal. But it is the first goal, as you say, finally here on match day 4 for AC Milan. Lewandowski with a strike outside the box. Pedri giving chase to this one. Won't keep it in, though. But after clean sheets from De Palma, Eterito. Just that little bit of belief for Sassinho that he can break this Barcelona defence will no doubt buoy him on here. Here's the goal scorer, Brahim Diaz. Fast build-up play, almost too fast for himself there. 5 minutes to go until half time. To the feet of Rebic, who has, in fairness, been fairly quiet today. We expected him to be maybe the focal point of the Milan attack, but hasn't really featured as well as they had maybe expected here, as Calabria is not giving this one up.
Well, given the kind of almost intel that I'd had speaking to AC Milan earlier on, it was the case that, well, we're going to employ Rebic over Zlatan Ibrahimovic because we feel as though we can get more out of the game with him. But the reality is that he actually seems to be the worst of the two options here. Or at least up until today, or at least up until now.
3 minutes added on. Cross towards him, but just couldn't get a sniff of that one. Was there a chance for one final attack here for Barcelona? We're into the 4th of 3 added on. So this no doubt will be the final attack. Lewandowski, Kessie, Pedri. Double touch, Tonali. Called into action, Kessie, and Lewandowski! A first half hat-trick in the 6th minute of 3 added on. Barcelona won't mind. Alex 3, Sassinho 1. You play to the whistle, Wes.
As we say, it is a minimum of 3 minutes added on. And of course, within eFootball, if you get across halfway and it's ticked over to the 3rd minute of 3 minutes, the game will continue until you've got either a conclusion to your opportunity or the ball goes dead. And of course, it's one or the other, and in this case, it's a fantastic finish again from Robert Lewandowski, and Alex restores that 2-goal cushion.
Well, there's half-time. We saw the replay of Sassinho's reaction. He was pointing to the same thing we were talking about. 51st minute it was ticked over, and it was still the first half, so Sassinho feeling a little hard done by there, but now has to shake it off, go again. And we go again. Game 3 between Barcelona and AC Milan. Pedri with Kessie and Dembele. Here is Dembele! A fantastic 4 for Barcelona. Barca 4, AC Milan 1. It has been one-sided here today. And Alex is well on his way to ensure Barcelona pick up 9 points from 9.
If results stay as they are, which we always hasten to say within eFootball because you never know with how the game is then going to end. But it's a brilliant performance from Alex Alcacer and also from Barcelona as a whole. Yes, we can look at the Palmer's 1-0 victory, and yes, we might say, yes, it was scrappy, yes, it wasn't quite as polished, but it's still a victory nonetheless. You know, it counts the same amount as the, destruction in Game 2 that we saw from Eterita. It counts all the same. So, again, from a performance standpoint, and certainly from a result standpoint, Barcelona will be absolutely delighted with this.
That they will. As for AC Milan, back to the drawing board. Of course, still plenty of the second half still to play. Brahim Diaz, of course, the goal scorer of Milan's only goal in this contest. And I actually misspoke earlier when I said Lewandowski for the hat-trick. It's a brace for both himself and Dembele as well.
Feels like they are racing each other virtually here to try and get that hat-trick on the board.
We are on the hour mark now. This Barcelona team ticking along nicely. Comes to De Jong, Pedri. As soon as you get it to De Jong on the edge of the box, you're just expecting the quick passing, the tiki-taka to try and carve open the defence. Oftentimes works. Of course, this would be our second, if it stays the same, of course, our second 9 points out of 9 performance today, with Manchester United taking 9 away from AS Roma in match 1.
And looking at the live table, it just goes to show how important those 9-point swings are.
Absolutely, Sassinho now trying to get one back, but Christensen steps in the way, as does Tonali. Rebic trying to find Leao, but it's just so difficult for AC Milan here. The Milanese club are trying to knock on the door, but every time they think they've got a little bit of time, Alex Alguacil comes charging in. Rebic now, Leao, that's a really good ball! Is it Diaz? Not sure about the celebration, but Milan are back in this one. A second goal from Sassinho makes it Barcelona 4, AC Milan 2. 15 in-game minutes to play. It's not out the realms of possibility.
They couldn't, could they? They couldn't. Sassinho couldn't bring this back. No, I'm kidding, of course. He's well within the realms of possibility here. Again, it's a good manual save, but as we said about ricochets and rebounds, it's something that you have to stay alive to. And again, you know, if that's me at home, I am smacking the shoot button as quickly as I can the minute it falls backwards. But 15 in-game minutes left here. See the substitutes that are coming onto the field.
Okay, don't worry.
Sostituzione per il Milan.
Well, our brief intermission following the goal is now over.
Lasciano il campo per il numero 88.
Barcelona 4, AC Milan 2. Of course, 8 goals on the season for Sassinho. He'll be hoping 9 and 10 come in this game.
He will be hoping so, and he's looking to build forward here.
Rafael Leao. Sassinho with a strike from distance!
Oh, what a goal that is!
An absolute thunderbolt! A gift from the gods! And now this has turned into a very nervy final 10 in-game minutes. What a strike this is!
This is an absolute rocket. Just has a little bit of open realm. Oh, that's a phenomenal finish. Controlled strike right into the top corner. Again, takes one touch out of his feet. Takes the strike, takes the gamble as well. To go from that distance, it is a gamble, I will happily tell you. But that is an unreal finish. You can tell that just from the grin on his face. It's an unreal finish.
Surely not. Surely not. Barcelona 4, AC Milan 3. Alex now trying to reinstate that 2-goal advantage. Of course, do you stick or do you twist? Do you go for a fit or do you try and kill some of that time away? Rafael Leao. Krunic beats the first man. It is cleared away.
You may or may not be able to hear them on the broadcast. You can hear the VIP area going crazy here.
Very long way there, had to get that right. Good tackle from Alex Alguacil.
It's within their own grasp here, Barcelona, but they've got to be careful.
90th minute, giving the ball away is not going to be a recipe for success. 2 added on. But with the ball outside of Milan's control, could be difficult to see anything. Again, goalkeeper called into action. Final chance, is it? No, Barcelona, they win the ball back. And with this one past the 2 minutes allotted, that will be all she wrote. Alex gave us a bit of a scare there, but he will see it home. That is a laugh of pure relief. Credit to Cezinho.
Yeah, if you're 4-1 up and you start to see the game just slowly creep back onto you, it's a real problem. But luckily he closed it out as he needed to. Barcelona take all 9 points.
All 9 points, as you say, and I mean, what can you say about that last game? We saw all kinds of performances throughout this 3-game series. We saw, of course, the Palmer in game 1 get his first win of the season. Etorito just doing Etorito things. But then this game, where you see Alex Alguacil in control early, scoring plenty, and you're thinking, well, surely this one can't go any other way, Semra. But then Cezinho just reminds us that he also plays at this level and somehow comes back into the game absolutely crazy. I don't even know where to begin with that one.
I guess we can start by saying it was a 7-goal thriller, right? And Cezinho was on the brink of showing us all why AC Milan were the surprise package on match day 1. But as you say, it's the second time today we've seen a team pick up a clean sweep of points. Barcelona for the second week running as well. Unbeaten, undefeated. Even though they got 7 points last time out, they managed to make it a clean sweep of victories then for today. And the same thing can be said about Alex having a brilliant season, unbeaten as well, 3 wins, 1 draw. Etorito, as you said, doing Etorito things, winning everything under the sun so far. The same as Ruxa. The two of them are probably the most informed players of the entire campaign. But of course, watch out for Alex and watch out for FC Barcelona. Fierce, bold and charismatic, I think we can say about them, because it's 3 match days in a row now that they are the leaders on the leaderboard, and they're sending a very important message to everybody else out there in the eFootball world. Watch out.
Yeah, very, very impressive performance, because as you said, when we were looking at the live league table as things were standing, we were thinking, well, Arsenal, they're in some really good form and they are at the top of the table, and you think to yourself, yeah, that doesn't look, you know, unordinary, seeing Arsenal up there based on how they're playing. But then you remember Barcelona still has to play. And when we speak at the top of match days, we always say this table can change because of the 9-point swing in matches. It goes to show Arsenal, Barcelona playing musical chairs at the top of the table. And both teams are looking very, very good right now. That top 2 is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal indeed. And talking about top of the table, it's not just Barcelona that are leading the way in terms of the teams overall, but Etorito is now the outright leader of the goal-scoring leaderboard. 14 goals to his name after he scored a manita, as we say here in Spain. He did this. I don't know if he was just saying sorry or if he was showing us all, reminding us all, hey, I actually scored 5 goals today. But we'll find out now, because we have the pleasure of hearing from him alongside Wes.
Thank you very much, Semra. I am here with Ettore from FC Barcelona. First off, congratulations on your 9 points you take from a possible 9. I think the first part of my questioning, though, is going to go to your teammate, the Palmer. Finally got himself on the board in terms of a victory. How good is it to see him get his first victory?
Yeah, finally we did it. First of all, I'm very happy for 9 points. And about Saul de Palma, I'm really happy that finally he got this win. But even yesterday in training, he didn't lose nothing, all win streak. And today even was a very close match because Carmine is a really good player. But we did it, so we are happy and improved.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of yourself as well, you're now in Barcelona colours. Again, you kind of get a sense when you watch you guys on the stage that there's a real togetherness as your team. How does it feel being alongside the Palmer and Alex in terms of in that unit? How does it feel?
I'm really happy to play with Alex and Palma. We are friends in real life, but even into the game, we always try to give some tips each other. For example, yesterday the formation didn't work. Honestly, I lose a lot of games in training, and so I say, because me and Alex we play the same formation, I say, Alex, maybe we should change it. And so in maybe 2 games we did it, and today even, as you can see, so from the game, it worked, was a good tips. So talk is a lot important in the chemistry in a team.
Yeah, certainly a lot of trust between you guys. Going into, I believe it's now Matchday 5, there is a pretty big contest there with AS Monaco on the horizon. In terms of how you feel going into it and what you feel about AS Monaco, how do you feel about your opponents going in Matchday 5?
Matchday 5 for sure will be really important because we are going to the end of the season. We know that they are really good. They have Kams, Walid, and even the new guy is really good. We saw it before. We continue to train as we did today and try to achieve the maximum point possible. And let's see how it will be, and that's it.
Fantastic. Well, it's been great to speak to you as always. Guys, back to you in the on the desk.
It's always great to hear from eFootball royalties such as Ettore. And actually, I crossed paths with him at the beginning of the day, Harry, and I just said, hey, how's it going? How are you feeling today? And you know what his answer was?
What was that?
You can't win it all. And I'm here to say, you know what? I refute that claim because you have won it all. It was a very humble response, but you have to say absolutely sensational stuff from him indeed. And so here we have a quick look then at the table. And before their game, actually their match I should say, they were actually bumped down into second, 6 points behind Arsenal. But they said, you know what? No problem. We've got this covered. 9 points in the bag, and they've recouped their place at the top.
Yeah, as I said before the interview, it's almost like a game of hopscotch there up the top. And any given match day, it can swap up so quickly. But Barcelona and Arsenal, I mean, they're really good value for their positions in the league table. They look really, really strong.
Do you feel that they are the two that are going to pull away from the rest of them? It's going to be 2 and 6?
I can't see anyone else really. I mean, based on the amount of match days we have left and also the points tally at the moment, the form that Arsenal and Barcelona are on, they don't seem to be dropping points anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and you also have to mention that some of these teams have already played against one another. Arsenal versus Manchester United, we've already seen. Can't get those points back. So there's a 7-point deficit there, if my maths is right. You've got to somehow overhaul that and then trust that other teams in the competition are then going to take points off of Arsenal, which, as we've seen already from today's performances from both obviously Arsenal and Barcelona, that's a tall order to expect any other team to try and do that.
And not just that, I mean, we've seen what Barcelona are capable of doing, dishing out the punishment, doling out a lot of pain as well, we can say, because of all the amounts of goals as well that they've been scoring. And it's not just Ettore, he's obviously had a helping hand from Alex as well. But here you have the Italian sitting pretty at the top of the lot. We said 14 goals so far from him after his 5 goals today. He's overtaken his Mekabir, who's now dropped into second. Roxa had another stellar performance today, unbeaten as well, 11 goals, and Dominator the same as well, but he's just outside at least for now. But really you could say that it's joint, the two of them in the top 3. But we see some other players as well moving their way up, and funny enough, let's see, anything else you guys want to point out that I'm not looking at here and that I'm not missing?
Well, historically we've seen the Palmer have a good season either in the first half or the second half of a season.
Okay.
First
it's
half of the
coming.
season, not been great. We've been lamenting his performances, but remember, he's undefeated.
Yeah.
He's currently holding an undefeated record. If he can join this list of goal scorers and start getting his goal scoring form up, Barcelona will be very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, to echo that, I think there's going to be one game this season where the Palmer's just going to come out and just start destroying somebody. And you wouldn't want to be on the end of it, folks. I'm telling you now, it's not something you want to be on the end of. But looking at the form table, look at how the goals are kind of shaping up. It's great to see Alex now moving up in the goal tally. Again, Eterito retaking, or at least taking that top spot now. He can kind of, take a look at Matchday 5 now.
And look at Quirito.
Quirito's
despite getting hammered today, no goals at all. There he is, still there.
And that it does show you something about AC Milan. They're able to score goals, but then, as you have rightly pointed out, if they can't keep the back door shut, it's going to cause problems.
And we've seen an interesting pattern developing throughout the day today in terms of the matchups. It's pretty much been a very lopsided affair so far in all three matches up until now. I wonder if that will ring true in the next and final match of the day. It's going to be strugglers at the bottom against the Bavarian Giants. It's FC Inter against Bayern Munich.
What's up, guys? My name is Middleman. Today I will show you my day. It's so excited. No, I'm just joking. It's now 4 o'clock. I will start practice now for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then I go to the gym. So see you in the gym. I'm back again. I'm now arrived at the gym. Here's my place to be. I'm trying to be here at the gym 5 times in a week. It's very important, not only practicing at home, also after the practice or before the practice, going to the gym. I'm very excited for the next match day. I'm looking forward to play. We need points. We will give our best. So see you in Barcelona. See you, and yeah, we will do our best. Forza Inter, vamos!
Hey guys, it's Mestre speaking. Sunny day here in Valencia today, where I live. I'm heading to the gym right now. I like to go to the gym 3 or 4 times per week. It helps me a lot to disconnect from our training sessions, from match days. And yeah, not also physically, but mentally it's helped me a lot. So I hope to see you all in the stream supporting Bayern. Let's go, Mia Mia.
Well, yes, thank you to Semra. Thank you, of course, to both Merriman and Mestre as well, showing us their hometowns, if you will, saying what they do on a training day. I love those additions. It's always great to see behind the scenes and pull up the esports curtain, so to speak, to see exactly how our players spend their time. But we turn our attentions to FC Inter versus FC Bayern München. And it will be Arda Galazzo versus Mujahid to kick us off, Wes. A very, very fun game one between two players which historically have been fairly solid at the back in this competition.
Well, it's an informal Turkish derby. Realistically, it is an informal Turkish derby. Both have represented Turkey at national level. They're now facing off at club level. And it's going to be the Battle of Turkey, I think.
So you're saying these players will probably know each other quite well?
Yes, I mean, that goes without saying, because again, we know that these players will tend to practice against one another. They'll use the practice room as we saw a couple of match days ago, and they'll be running scrimmages almost against one another. These two, though, may have more of an idea of each other's game plan, because again, as you said, when they're playing against one another in different competitions, you start to kind of pick up pieces of people's game plans before you then obviously come to this here.
Well, as we're moments away from kick-off, we could talk about the forms of both sets of players. Of course, Mucha technically undefeated, bit of an asterisk on his record as he unfortunately couldn't make it to Matchday 2, so has a win in Matchday 1 against Cams, and then we will also see him on Matchday 3 take a 2-1 win against Stifler, both of those games 2-1. So every contest Mucha been in so far has been a fairly tight contest, 2-1. On the other side, Arda Galazzo has been a bit middle of the road. Loss on Matchday 1, a win on Matchday 2, and then a draw on Matchday 3. So you just wonder which of those columns is going to be added to from Arda Galazzo.
We talk about players being all-star teams and players who are relying on the lion's share of points being taken from a team. I think this is the first time that I've looked at an eFootball Championship Pro team and looked at one solitary player and gone, he's got all of their points. So 4 points Inter on at the moment. All 4 points have came from Arda Galazzo. So if you are as I said, if you are a participant, if you're a betting person at home, you'd be looking at this and thinking, well, he's got to get off, he's got to get some points here. And then that maybe inspires the likes of Merriman and El Matador to then kind of raise their level and get in and amongst the points as well.
Because if memory serves, usually Arda Galazzo isn't leading the team out on previous match days. I could be mistaken in that, but to piggyback off of your point, it's again putting a flag in the ground saying, Arda Galazzo, go out there, get us some points, and psychologically give us that edge going into games 2 and 3. And it's crazy to think that he is the main man for Inter at the moment, considering he's the youngest player in the competition.
Yeah, exactly. And but it also shows the level of maturity that Arda has in terms of he's able to bring a quality to his game and to his team that necessarily people at home, people around the competition may have thought, well, I'm not sure whether he's going to be that good or not. Turns out, actually, he's well worth his merit. If you speak to a lot of the players, they will point to Arda and go, this guy is the future of eFootball Championship Pro. I would certainly argue at this moment in time, given the stature he has with his team, he may be the president of it as well.
Absolutely, you can see the referees just making sure everything is being held to the competitive integrity we've come to expect at this level of competition. There is a bit of a history between these sets of players as well in previous iterations of this competition. Merriman and El Matador notably previously playing for a German rival of FC Bayern München, and we seem to remember when the two clubs met, there were some, let's say, spicy words being thrown across the stage.
Yeah, the UK word you're looking for is needle. You're looking for needle, and there certainly was, because I remember it vividly when Bayern took the lead in a co-op scenario. I believe it was Jose, which granted he has matured a little bit since then, was the first person who was across and giving some words of wisdom over to the opposing team.
Brave, by the way. Against
Brave,
Merriman,
yeah.
El Matador, about twice my size.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, and you look at them and you just go, now there's a little bit more of maturity that has come in from Jose first and foremost, but certainly you've got this experience factor with FC Inter now. That needs to start paying some dividends with the players that they have at their disposal. As we have said, interestingly, I noticed from the match room or from the practice room when we were looking at things was actually I saw El Matador employing Romelu Lukaku. Now, he may not necessarily do that in the match scenario, but he certainly was doing it in the practice room. So it does go to say that Inter are not just sitting on their laurels and thinking, well, this is the only team that we have at our disposal. They're actually exploring their teams.
It's the conversation we always have, and that we always want to see teams at this level of competition not just fall into the same meta and try and get a square peg into a round hole. It's all about just playing the hand that you are dealt and trying to play to your team's strengths. We are just moments away from kickoff once again. Seems to be the Bayern side talking to the referee, just making sure that their team selection is as they would have submitted ahead of time.
Yeah, and again, when you're the likes of players that will carry 11 different formations with them at any one time, there's a lot of information you've got to sift through. And again, you look at these two individuals and you look at the styles that they like to employ. Arda is very front foot. He's very front foot, wants to attack, wants to dribble, wants to skill move, wants to find a way through. Mukahit, of course, is most notably known for his defensive work. Granted, he's not shy of goals, but his defensive work is what he's most notably known for. And of course, with only having, both games that he has won 2-1 on both occasions, it would suggest that he's a little bit more of a tricky customer to come by.
Just one thing that we have the benefit of whilst this kickoff is slightly delayed is we get to see the players interacting with each other on the stage. There's been some words already discussed between Mestre and El Matador and Merriman sat behind Arda Galazzo. It's psychological warfare, it really is. We're all friends, but as soon as you take the stage, you become rivals, and any edge you can gain is going to be, well, something you can strive towards.
Absolutely.
You can see, though, moments away from kickoff now. We're finally loaded into the team selection sheet, so we can have a bit of visual that we can talk about in terms of how these players want to set up and, well, what the big hubbub was about and what Bayern have up their sleeves.
Well, there's a lot to go over. And again, if you're thinking about this from the perspective of Bayern, this is quite an important game. I mean, it's important for both teams, realistically, because, again, Inter, you're looking for them to get some type of points on the board. Because if they don't, it's going to just make it harder and harder. Because, again, if you're looking at next match day, let's just look at it in the future. Inter Milan have Manchester United, Bayern Munich have Arsenal. They don't get easy.
No, they don't. We are underway. Game 1 of our final match of match day 4. FC Inter versus Bayern München. Mukahit and Arda Galazzo, the two Turks on the stage, taking the hot seat for game 1. Serge Gnabry! Off the underside of the bar! And into the net! What a way to introduce yourself to your compatriots! 1-0.
If ever there was proof that a goal always looks better when it crashes off a crossbar, it's that one right there. It's a fantastic finish from Mukahit. Again, just a little bit of trickery, a little bit of footwork, just unseating Arda's defence there. Again, it's that tap back to the back post. It's a first-time strike. It's instinctive, but it works. And it is a goal to FC Bayern Munich, and they have taken the lead in this game.
Perfect start from Mukahit. Arda Galazzo, though, with work to do. Goal number 5, not a bad innings at all. Defending to do, though. Edin Dzeko can't get the ball out of his feet, but 5 goals, impressive considering you're a match day down on everyone else as well. Kingsley Coman, no pressure from Arda Galazzo here at all. It was his demise, at his demise on the first goal. Kimmich to Musiala. Corner to come.
And you can see it's all Mukahit at the moment. It is all Bayern Munich up until this point. Really good ball work there. Again, it's cannoned. I mean, that could literally have gone anywhere, but it's gone out for a corner.
Towards Delict will go out for more of the same. Back to Delict again on the knock-on. Far post looking for Mane. Correa is the outlet here. Taro Martinez. Çalhanoğlu can't get past Goretzka, and now Mukahit threatening to come forward again. Mujahid dispossesses Arda Galazzo. Sadio Mane tries the 1-2, wins the ball back here as well. It's Mane! 2-0, and the misery compounds for FC Inter.
Skriniar couldn't clear his lines quick enough. You see it here. You'll see Mane just nip round the front of it, take the ball away. And Sadio Mane will put that into the back of the net. 2 goals to nil for Mujahid. You've got to feel that this may be Bayern Munich's day already. You can certainly see the theatrical celebrations, will we call them, from Matchday and Jose. Every goal claps with great enthusiasm already.
Mujahid 2, Arda Galazzo 0. Arda now coming forward. Hoofed clear. Brozovic to Hachan Çalhanoğlu, but Matthijs de Ligt is always willing to take that one off. That was an ambitious ball on the half-hour mark, but when you look at the two teams' seasons so far, of course, Inter, we know how far off the pace they've been so far. But Bayern München, they've been slowly taking points. They've been working their way up the table, and if things go their way this season, I believe they could finish third, just a couple of points behind Arsenal. So while I did say in the pre-match segment with Semra that it doesn't seem like anyone can really catch and cling on to Arsenal and Barcelona in the top 2, Bayern have a chance today to prove me wrong.
Well, if you think about it as well, not to mention, if they are able to take a fair few points today, their next match day is against Arsenal directly. So they could potentially overhaul them, but it would take a mammoth ask.
That will be a very big game indeed, but Çalhanoğlu has seen a pass over to Brozovic, trying to cross it in towards Correa. Musiala to Serge Gnabry. Skriniar is able to do decent defensive work, and now Inter on the stroke of half-time almost threaten to come forward. Which way will the last attack of the half go, if either way? Inter asking that question. Dzeko, Correa couldn't get there. It will come back Inter's way though. Çalhanoğlu trying to wrestle his way through, but the referee brings an end to the proceedings in the first half. It's Bayern 2, Inter 0.
Yeah, and the lion's share of possession going to Inter, but no shots, none on target, whereas Mujahid is the one that seems to be the aggressor in this situation.
Fortune in this competition often tends to favour the player who pushes the pace and tries to turn the screw. As I believe Sadio Mane will be going into the book here. Çalhanoğlu.
See the cogs turning for Arda, slowly but surely. little bit too slowly though, because München is able to take that one clear. Is Kivic.
Famously a strong defender. A real chance there. Results in a corner now. Handanovic called into action, and that is the problem with München here, is you give him a 2-goal advantage, he'll be laughing all the way to the bank.
It's like having a python just wrap itself around you. Like, you just don't want to give him any more impetus in this game. It's bad enough from an Inter perspective that he's 2 goals to the good. You then don't want to be surrendering the ball to him. You don't want to be giving away opportunities.
Of course, previously earned best defender a couple of seasons ago, back when this competition was in a co-op format, München hit, so that's why we constantly are lauding his impressive defence.
He knows his way around building a defence as good as anybody on the planet. Is Brozovic to Çalhanoğlu, goes for the strike! What a goal that is from Hakan Çalhanoğlu! Brilliant strike, and a goal back in it for Inter.
That's an unbelievable strike from deep. It's like the 2 Milanese clubs are saying, well, you're shooting from distance, we're shooting from distance as well.
Certainly needed it from that distance as well.
That just halves the deficit as well. Hakan Çalhanoğlu, he's got that in his locker.
Certainly has. And so has Arda. Arda has, like we said, he has got the capability to pose problems. At the moment, he's got himself a foothold back in the game.
That makes things very interesting indeed, because as we see goal number 5 on the season from Arda, he can build on that here. Brozovic looking for Martinez.
That's a vital flick away at the back post. Had to be made.
It's one thing of having to deal with a tough defence, but if you're just striking them from range, you take the defence out the equation. Here is Mane.
The issue for the opponent, though, when you strike a goal or when you strike from that range and you score, you then have to then potentially try and pressure an attacker, but then the issue then becomes is you leave the pass that can be easily on, so you're really caught in a catch-22 scenario. So Mukahit's going to have every avenue covered here, because Arda's got more than just long-range strikes in his arsenal here.
Wayward touch from Brozovic there. Luckily doesn't turn possession over. Dzeko, Correa, back to Edin Dzeko here! From 2-0 down! Arda Galazzo doing his very best to save Inter season. It's 2-2, final 15 to play. It is anyone's game now.
Like we said, you go and pressure the ball here where Brozovic is, and instead you leave an opportunity there. It's a brilliant piece of skill, just a little track back, and plays in Edin Dzeko. And again, I have to, when we talk about, praise and apologies, I have to apologise to Arda. He's been talking to me at length about how good Edin Dzeko is. Now he's finally come to the fore.
So you've almost been begging them to use Lukaku.
I know. It's the curse. It is the curse. It transports itself as and when it needs to. But again, as we've said, to some players who are playing the game, some players fit better with their play style. Edin Dzeko may just benefit Arda more so than a Lukaku. And certainly as we're seeing from his ability within the game, he's finding more and more out of this Inter team. Now, the question now becomes, can he find a third?
Well, Inter's season may well depend on it. And here comes Tell for Mujahid. Important defensive intervention. Not a bad time to score your sixth at all, but look out for Sadio Mane! Oh! Just needed it on target, and it would have troubled Handanovic there.
Yeah, needed to steer it more towards goal. It was a difficult chance to take in truth.
Leroy Sané. Final 10 in-game minutes. Correa. Edin Dzeko. Lukaku is waiting to receive.
Actually taken off his foot there, and instead Mane is now coming back the other way.
Yep.
Mane on the break.
This is going to be difficult for Arda Galazzo to get back, but he's done so and read the play well. Brozovic
there's
feeds
Lukaku.
Dzeko is there as well. It's a one-on-one. He also has a pass on. He instead goes for the pass a little too late. Mkhitaryan also battling.
He had such an opportunity to shoot there.
This game has opened up in the final 15. Mkhitaryan.
He was waiting for movement that didn't come, Arda Galazzo there.
Well, we're approaching stoppage time here. Is there a final twist in this tale? Lukaku. De Ligt has done very well defensively. The final attack will go Inter's way, will it? Bastoni. Lukaku. Looking for Correa, heads it down. Dzeko was waiting, and that will be it. Inter 2, Bayern 2, a point rescued from Arda Galazzo, but it'll feel like 2 points dropped based on how he was building in that final 15.
Yeah, as a moment of clarity though, when you think about it this way, we're 2 goals down.
Yep.
So the reality is, it really is a point well gained. Yes, in the context of the game, yes, you could say it was building towards something, and if he'd have had maybe 5 or 10 in-game minutes longer, he may have just taken that game away from Mujahid, but instead, he'll come away with a point. And as we have certainly seen with Inter at the moment, every point is vital. Now, to kind of cast our minds onto our next players as we're looking over some of the replays that we've seen, to cast our minds onto the other players within FC Inter's ranks, Merriman, we could argue, should have 2 points to his name. But he's had 2 heartbreaking moments in the last 2 match days. And as I said at the top of the show, I don't want it to be an unfortunate hat-trick. But as we're seeing here, again, Mane had opportunities. That one chance that Arda had, where he passed it instead of shooting, that could potentially be a costly one. It really could.
It's another situation as we see the Çalhanoğlu goal from downtown.
Yeah, it was an unreal strike. Absolutely unreal.
It was a wonder strike, and you think then, after that, Arda Galazzo, okay, he's scored a goal, he's managed to break down the defence, given Mujahid something else to think about, and then Edin Dzeko converts this one. And with still time left on the clock, you think, well, 3 different things can happen here. We'll either see a winner from both Mujahid or Arda, because both looked likely in those final 15, or as in the end we had it, the points are shared.
Yeah, you could have argued either or, because both were counter-attacking each other in that last 15. And as you see now, Merriman sat down in his chair, and he's going to be up against Miguel Mestre.
Always good to see Merriman smiling on the stage, giving us a little peace sign, letting us know he's ready for the game. And his opponents, who he's looking across at now, for FC Bayern München, Matchday. Just take care not to drop your controller when you're on the camera. It's not a good look. Dare I say signs of nerves from Matchday?
No.
Sweaty hands, maybe?
Maybe. It's been, as we normally say at this point of the day, it's been a long day for everybody that has been here. If you can imagine it, again, local time in Barcelona, it's 5:45, give or take. These guys will have been here since half 10, 11 a.m. this morning. So if you're the last game on the last day, or last game of the day, it's a long wait. And especially if you've been sat there twiddling your thumbs.
It's definitely a very long day indeed. What's fun is we get to see, of course, your fan interactions in the chat. Keep them coming. We want to know who you think the eventual champions will be of this competition. But also, if you've been joining us since the start of this match, you'll know that our video messages were from both the players about to take the hot seat here, Merriman and Matchday. So we've seen a glimpse behind the scenes. We've seen what their two teammates have been able to do thus far. Now we get to see, dare I say, the two strongest players from either side take the seat. It's definitely a close one.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. And again, if all those fails, if we get to a deadlock, we can just have a weightlifting competition in the studio. That we can just boil it down there. But the players themselves, when Merriman is on song, and I mean that when he's on song, he has the ability to be incredible. Of course, Matchday, we have seen time and time again be incredible. It's just about what happens once they boot into the game. We can talk about form books, we can talk about goals scored and statistics and everything else that goes in between. It's all about what happens now. You can beat each other in a practice room all you want. It comes down to this stage, that's when it matters.
Well, now we have kicked off game 2, match 4, match day 4. Inter versus Bayern. The points were shared in game 1. Now it's Merriman and Matchday to take the stage and show us what they're made of. The form books don't look kindly on Merriman. 3 losses on the bounce, but, and it's a big but, because he has found himself entering today in the top 6 goal scorers in the league. So it shows you it's not that he's not capable of scoring those goals, I should say. It's just getting devilishly unlucky on certain occasions.
Yeah, as we said, back-to-back match winners in added time against Merriman. Like we said, I don't think he'll want a repeat of that. He's certainly, as we say with all of these players, they're certainly not going out to lose these games. He's trying his absolute hardest, and like we said, it's just that slice of luck here and there. Martinez finds Barella. There is Barella
on that far side. As we turn our attentions over to the other side of Matchday, and very similar sort of storyline as we've seen thus far this season from Matchday as we did the Palmer. We've been lamenting the Palmer's form, but Matchday only 2 goals thus far. It's not where we expect him to be in that category. Mkhitaryan looking for Çalhanoğlu. Great footwork, Edin Dzeko. Martinez with the header! It hung in the air for an age! But Merriman takes the lead. Inter 1, Bayern 0. Welcome to the stage, Merriman.
Not a bad finish, is it? Especially when you can see how it's breaking down. It's really good ball movement to start with. There's the ball into Dzeko. It pops up kindly, and it's a little bit improvisation of a backwards header. But again, it won't matter to these players so long as it gets in the back of the net. We don't care how it gets there, but neat little Lautaro Martinez header. Goalkeeper was not expecting it. And Inter have themselves a lead.
Ooh. Wouldn't like to get slapped like that from El Matador.
Probably dislocate my shoulder if he did that.
A little bit forceful on the celebration, but, well, no time to rest as Tell almost wants to go straight away, but goes too early for Matchday.
This really would set the cat amongst the pigeons. It really would. If Inter can come out of this match day with, like we said, any type of point scoring of note, it could really, really destabilise this league in terms of standings. It's that gap that we spoke about would all of a sudden close.
That it would. Long way to go. But they would certainly join that race, especially with their next nearest rivals, AS Roma. Dropping so many points today. Here's Sane. If there's a match day to get some points on the board, it would be this one. Martinez. Çalhanoğlu back to him! It's 2-0! Excellent 1-2 to put Merriman 2 goals clear now. He has started as he means to go on. And that is tucked away nicely in the bottom corner.
Doesn't give his opponent time to settle. Doesn't give the goalkeeper time to settle. It's a brilliant finish. It's really good footwork, really good ball work. And that smile that you saw pre-game has very much turned into that scowl of concentration. See Matchday looking a little bit despondent with his performance so far.
Just slightly. Although I will say, I think El Matador maybe heard me and went for a gentler shoulder slap this time around. Merriman 2, Mestre 0. A Bayern corner. Tell Kimmich. Looking for Tell again. This counter from Inter, very promising. Mkhitaryan, where does he go from here? Inside, Çalhanoğlu to the feet of Dzeko. Martinez again, but offside. Merriman looks very well oiled today.
It's that confidence that seems to have just appeared out of nowhere for Inter. Seemingly they've had a good couple of weeks to re-evaluate what they have at their disposal, and they certainly have found those inner tweaks they needed.
Why do you think that is? Maybe a case of nothing to lose at this point based on where they are in the league table?
A little bit. It will take it certainly takes the pressure off. If you're in a, well, we're in a kind of a little bit of a last-ditch scenario, you are far less cautious, and as a result you can be a bit more, play with a bit more freedom.
Edin Dzeko with a strike. Needed that goalkeeping intervention.
And Merriman showing they're not afraid to shoot. When the chance is on, he will pull that trigger as quickly as he needs to. Ball just stops there, and it's a good save from Sommer. It'll be a corner for Inter Milan.
This is fascinating.
And it really is.
I believe this pause was called by Mestre. And Merriman is sat wondering what tweaks has he made then? Why has he called this pause? No tweaks being made until just now from Mestre. So clearly a bit of a mental reset was the intention from the pause, making sure his settings, of course, all where they need to be. Just to gather his thoughts.
Seemingly, it would just be to gather their thoughts. Again, if you're a gamer at home, you're probably used to the button presses and annoyances of taking out every piece of frustration on your controller. I think we've just seen that with the pass support level being selected.
Corner to Inter. Has to be taken soon. Towards Edin Dzeko. Not for the first time, goalkeeper needed to prevent that man scoring. Mkhitaryan. Dzeko again, it breaks for him.
Big save, huge save from Sommer.
This was a really good chance where it breaks for him here.
He knows how important that was.
These are such good chances falling his way.
For all the bravado and for all of the voices and chats that we have, body language is the one separator where you can tell exactly what a player is feeling.
Corner swung in, Dzeko to target. Çalhanoğlu, he's been pulling the strings really for Inter across games 1 and 2. Not great signs if you're a Bayern fan watching this, seeing Matchday mess around with his settings, Wes.
Yeah, it's a curious one. It's a curious one. And again, it's not, like you say, it's not normally a good sign if you're starting to look at what your pass support level is and how things are. You would normally suggest that these are the settings that players ensure that they have before they even start the game. So it's a little bit curious to me.
Skriniar with the long ball.
Great challenge.
We're 5 in-game minutes away, plus stoppages from half-time, and it's been a fairly miserable half for Mestre. We've seen, of course, the 2 goals conceded, but also the frustrations that have come with that. No real chances of note that we've been accustomed to seeing from the Spaniard in seasons previous. Merriman's played a very, very strong game in this first half.
Yes, indeed.
Musiala. Touch evading him there. Kimmich and Sane combining, are they? Yes, back to Sane! Well, that'll make things a little bit less miserable now. The goal from Sane. A lifeline for Mestre.
He needed that just before the half. It changes that team talk, as it were. It's a big goal for Bayern Munich there to take that. It's just that slice of luck, takes it away. It's a challenge, or it's a ricochet off a challenge that has been read, and there's not much more Merrin can do about that except try and instigate that block. I think even he knows that there's nothing more he could have done there to stop that from going in.
So 2-1 then. Half-time still not presented itself. That's a wonderful ball to Sane. Guzans is there though, and that will bring an end to the first half.
Clearance was needed there, needed to be cleared.
What a fantastic first half. Not wanting to waste any time into the second half now. Tell for Bayern, Tell for Mestre! Oh.
Audible groans that you can hear from the VIP. He was very, very close to going in there. You heard as we said, it's like listening to a football crowd in this studio.
Oh,
it's so close.
So very close for Mestre, but for now Merriman is able to maintain his lead. Martinez. Mkhitaryan looking for him again. Gagliardini. Martinez near side. Tell is tackled, but Bayern still come away. Sane dispossessed so well by Bastoni there.
Yeah, you just see the stats on the left-hand side of your screen there. It just shows you the frailty that's there for Inter. They've actually scored more goals than Bayern Munich, but because because they've conceded way more, they have 1 victory to the name, whereas Bayern have 4. So you can see the disparity there in where the frailty lies within Inter. It's more so their defensive work that needs that adjustment.
Inter lose possession from the throw-in, and well, look at the white shirts here. Mane furthest forward, but maybe a little more patience needed from Mestre that time round. Here comes Mane again. Nice double touch inside. Musiala, Sane. Cleared. It's been a good spell of play from Bayern. Musiala looking for Kimmich. He is offside anyway. Wouldn't have counted if it found its way through to him. I think the worry for Merriman here is the fact that this has been fairly one-way traffic since the kick-off of the second half. And we'll look for Tell here. Just looking for a bit of a response from Merriman. Of course, in the lead currently 2-1, but you need to remind Mestre. You're not just going to roll over and let this happen. Right now it's one-way traffic. That's a ball in, looking for Mane.
Big Bastoni at the back post. I think that's even caught me off guard. Really deep ball into the back post. It had dipped enough there that Bastoni wasn't anywhere too close to him. It's a big opportunity there for Bayern.
That'll bolster the Bayern fans slightly. The cogs still turning and ticking in Mestre's head. The vision is still there. The results and the execution just lacking currently. You feel that'll come with time though, and this might bounce through all the way to Tell if Handanovic doesn't get there first. Mkhitaryan. Çalhanoğlu with the long ball. Dzeko, Barella. Dzeko looking for Martinez. Better from Merriman, but has he left himself a little bit exposed at the back? Tell is the runner. Bastoni's there with him, but it's Tell through one-on-one. Can he score here? Delays and equalises. 2-2. Call as you like, one-on-one. Mestre on level terms again.
Had to be. Had to have that composure to finish that off. It's a golden opportunity presented by... well, let's take a look at it once more. It's a through ball there. It's one-on-one between them two, between Tell and I believe it was Bastoni. And Tell's just got the wrong side of him, managed to get the ball through. And there was a little bit of manual goalkeeping, a little bit of gamesmanship there. But Mestre didn't fall for it. As a result, it's 2-2 here now.
You see Bastoni get there first, and you're just hoping for some kind of clearance from Merriman if you're an Inter fan, but instead it's that relief shown from Mestre. And there's still time to be played.
Cambio di giocatori.
Inter 2, Bayern 2. Messtray's goal number 4 is one that equalises proceedings here. Martinez can't find Barea. Important intervention from Gagliardini. Joshua Kimmich looking for Sane. Has he gone too early? Won't matter. Handanovic is there. This final 15 could have all kinds of drama. Martinez trying to go inside Delict, but not falling for it is Mestre. Machan Çalhanoğlu, no one pressing. Mkhitaryan to Dzeko!
Tired legs. When that type of thing happens and tired legs have kicked in.
High, wide and not so handsome. You just sense there's a winner here somewhere.
There has to be. There has to be, because the way that the game is opening up for both players here, there's opportunities to get forward and there are opportunities to make inroads.
Mane to Sane, who goes for goal. Perhaps missed input there, going for a fake strike. Goretzka lifts it to Sane. Sadio Mane dispossessed, but Goretzka retrieves. Good bit of pressure there from Bayern, but now it's Inter's turn to come forward. Look at the 4 blue shirts to aim for.
Can't get ahead of that defender though.
Credit to Merriman, he's giving this a good go. And that's leaving him exposed at the back. Tell with Sadio Mane! From 2-0 down. Mestre enters the lead at a vital time. 88th minute. Potentially to take all 3 points.
It might not be the last minute, but it's as close enough. It's a brilliant finish from Mestre, again, to have that kind of powers of recovery and to really get yourself back into the game here. As you see the ball break down in midfield, ball gets given away, and then it's a through ball. Tell onside, plays it across, it's slotted in by Sadio Mane. And that might just be another very late match winner against Merriman.
It's tough to see because obviously Merriman was giving it everything. So much so that it left him completely exposed. And all it took was one ball to carve open that defence.
Sostituzione per l'Inter.
Time to throw the kitchen sink at this one. 90th minute now, and Teller's won the ball back. He's through one-on-one. What can he do with this finish? It's done and it's dusted. No kitchen sink needed. Mestre secures all of the points. 4-2 now.
Tired legs at the back make mistakes. Again, it's not necessarily an input issue, it's more so fatigue within the actual card itself. And it just allowed Tell, who's the fresher of the two, to get in on goal and make it 4-2.
4 added minutes, but I don't think they'll do much difference here. Tell has been a very lively runner, but this one will signal the end of a very hard-fought contest between these two. But Mestre will take home the 3 points for Bayern. 4-2.
I mean, that's a big 3 points for Bayern. I mean, if you're looking at their abilities and what they are, level they're playing at currently, if you look at where they are right now, 3rd in the table, they're finding their feet and they're quietly going about their business. It's not they're not landslide victories. They're not victories where, you know, Mestre and Jose and Mukahit are putting, you know, multiple goals past people and then no goals conceded. Instead, it's more so now, they're just eking out results. They're just closing out just by the odd goal or two. I think Mestre will be relieved knowing that he went 2 goals down in that game and he has been in a game today.
It'll do wonders for Mestre's season, no doubt. We said pretty spotty form, of course, coming off a win on Matchday 3 against Gagliardo. That's the type of result that can really kickstart someone's season, especially a player of the caliber of Mestre. That will do him wonders. As for Merriman, I mean, you and I may be the biggest Merriman fans in the building, and
it's just
our hearts bleed for him.
Yeah, it really is, because it's one of those moments where you say, at what point is your look going to change, or at what point is your look going to turn? He was 2 goals up, and it just got away from him. You could just see Mestre just start to build back into the game and get those opportunities, and you know, those finer points that you have within a Bayern Munich squad, with the likes of Mane and Tell and Gnabry and Sane. You were able to get yourself back into the game, and you can just see the energy just sap from him as the game went on, and as those goals started to go in. It was like reeling in a big fish. As you've gone fishing, you've gone looking, trying it, and you've just got it onto the boat. And then that 4th goal, Mestre took the oar and smacked him over the head with it. And that was it.
That was it, but we're not done. Our final game of Matchday 4 will see Inter's last chance at points, and Bayern's as well today. El Matador taking the controller. His adversary will be Captain Jose of FC Bayern München.
No love lost here with the controllers.
Definitely not. Undefeated thus far this season is Jose. Been slowly going under the radar for Bayern München. We know what he's capable of. But a win on Matchday 1, has had 2 draws since then versus De Palma and Irma of AS Roma. El Matador, of course, introduced on Matchday 3, was introduced rather rudely by Etorito. 4-1 loss there.
Yes, very much so.
Trial by fire. Now's the time for El Matador. Now he's had a couple more weeks under the Inter banner, gets to know the team a bit more to give a better account of himself. And boy, do Inter need it here.
Just reading some of the responses to our polls there, where if you had the choice between Lautaro Martinez and Kingsley Coman, and it's exactly right, Kingsley Coman would add a multitude of pace to any flank that you put him on. And you'll see there, Bayern having a curious look at Inter's lineup going into this game? Just have a listen in. We're about to get underway here.
As ever, moments away from kickoff, the lineups are locked and loaded for our final game of match day 4. Thank you so much for sticking with us today, as there's yet more tweaks to be made here before we can officially kick off. But I mean, what a match day we've had. Of course, the previous match we saw Barcelona take on AC Milan. Wonderful performance from Barca. We saw Monaco versus Arsenal, Roma versus United as well. But it all has led us to this point. Game 3, Inter versus Bayern. Lukaku has entered the fray here for El Matador versus Jose.
Could he yet be a difference maker? Or will it be Jose's Bayern Munich to run roughshod over Inter in his final game?
Well, it's easier said than done, but a 3 points here for Inter would be tonic on the wounds, and Mkhitaryan here can nod it down towards Martinez. Lukaku still alive here. Goalkeeper needed. This is a good spell of pressure for El Matador.
Just couldn't get the pass away there. And it was a half-hearted shot from Lukaku, but he was on his weaker foot.
That he was. Goalkeeper saw it late as well. Kingsley Coman.
Good footwork from Musiala there.
El Matador just dispossessing, and unfortunately can't find his outlet, and this is quick passing from Jose. Lovely one-touch football. Gnabry to Mane, and there's your opener. They trade blows in the 15 opening minutes, but it is Jose who finds his way through.
Little bit of fortune, little bit. We'll watch it back here again. I don't even think Jose's anticipating this ball goes to where it goes to. But again, sometimes it's the forethought you have to go, well, if it ends up here, this is what I'm going to do. You'll watch it back here again. It's quick passing. It's almost mesmeric at one point. But it's this pass here. When it goes to here, it's a defensive clearance from Skriniar, but it's as much as El Matador can do at that point, but it's unfortunately headed it into the path of Mane. It's not where he's intending to head it. It's just, as we saw from that Luke Shaw own goal earlier, that can sometimes be the result of those defensive headers.
It was a somewhat fortunate end to what was a fantastically worked move from Jose. Goal number 5, and look out for Çalhanoğlu. Straight away, trying to give that immediate reply that Inter want. And if you're looking at the form book, Jose, undefeated thus far this season, has a lead to protect now. What can El Matador do? Sadio Mane tries to feed Kingsley Coman, but Dumfries is there first. There's your league table. As things stand, it would be Bayern into the top 3. Just 3 points behind the Gunners, with a big matchday 5 clash ahead of them as well. Mane.
has fouled an Inter man there, and a bit of a let-off, I feel, for the Milanese club.
Yeah, it would certainly make Matchday 5 all the more important to watch, and certainly for us to be able to view it. It's only 2 short weeks away, and we say short weeks because they come very thick and fast.
That they do. 2 weeks to research your opponent and try and figure out new tactics to bring to the party. Goretzka with a strong challenge there. Kingsley Coman. Beats his men really well there, tries to clip it across the 6-yard box, but with over half an hour gone now, Jose looks to be building something in that attack, but now Inter come the other way. El Matador once again dispossessed. Oh, and it'll come through to Mane in an offside position. 10 to go till half-time. Inter fans remain strong behind their club here. Coman to Mane. Serge Gnabry as well, involved in this attack on that far side. Beats the defender but can't beat Guzans. Now El Matador trying to link up with Mkhitaryan, get him involved in that attack, but just fails to do so. And with half-time approaching, you just wonder whether or not El Matador might want to rethink his approach. Kingsley Coman looking to feed Mane, who is once again offside.
Certainly see questions being asked by Jose of El Matador's defence.
Lukaku down to Çalhanoğlu. Brozovic to Martinez. This is good build-up. Lukaku involved there as well. Just rushing things at moments is El Matador. And the final attack of the half is looking to come at him here. Gnabry and Mane can't combine, and the referee will signal the end of the first half. Bayern 1, Inter 0. It's a slender lead, but a lead nonetheless for Jose.
Signore e signori, vi invitiamo a guardare il maxi schermo per alcune indicazioni da parte delle forze dell'ordine.
Einmal lang, einmal lang. Bei Lukaku vom Hals nicht. Auf einmal 3.
Ten cuidado con Lukaku, que ya sabes que estás en defensivo para nosotros.
Well, you've heard the changes they want to make, the subtle tweaks. We're now underway here in the second half. Time will tell if those tweaks will make the difference. For El Matador, he needs it to. As we kick off this second half, it remains Bayern 1, Inter 0. And Inter need points this season. So far has not gone their way. Lukaku feeds Martinez with the snapshot, forcing a corner here.
That's better, much better from Inter. A little through ball from Lukaku there. Martinez forces the save.
Well, still a corner following that opportunity, but those opportunities have come few and far between from El Matador. We need to see more from him. But he started this second half off well. Where does this corner go? Looking for Lukaku, but Sommer is there. Mkhitaryan down to Çalhanoğlu, and it's very crowded there in front of that back four.
You've got to somehow destabilise it. If you're Inter, you've got to somehow destabilise this rhythm that the game seems to have developed into.
It's definitely been difficult for Jose. You can tell based on the offsides what his game plan is to try and get runners in behind. Guzans, that's a risky ball to play if you're El Matador. That sprung Jose into what is essentially a 3v2 here. Mane has just been jostled well enough. Referee's brought this one back for a foul. Approaching what will be a very nervy final 30 as this goal lead stays at a slender 1. A reminder, it is definitely Inter who need these points, currently sitting bottom of the table on 5 points. They're 6 behind AS Roma, who are their next nearest rivals. 3 points here from El Matador will do them a world of good going into future match days, but Jose and Bayern have similar aspirations on the other end of the table. They want to try and close in on their next nearest rivals. That would be Arsenal, and if things stand the way they are, they would enter the next match day just 3 points behind the North London club. Mkhitaryan, good ball to Çalhanoğlu. Upamecano can't quite stick with him as well. One back by El Matador. But that's a misplaced pass. Bit of a shame, as he had bodies forward and it was looking promising.
Yeah, he's got to find something else here. He's got to find another gear, because right now, as we said, it's just kind of settled into that rhythm of inter-attack, Bayern counter-attack, inter-attack, Bayern counter-attack. You've got to do something that's going to dislodge that almost metronome that we're seeing from Jose. And again, he's an incredibly hard player to play against. It's a very hard team to play against in Bayern with this Inter side. You've got to find something special here. It's a really slender lead as well, might we add, or might we hasten to add. One solitary goal that is the separator here.
Could be a very nervy final 20.
Lasciano il campo per il numero 11, il numero 14. Attenzione, un cambio.
Cut out by El Matador. Mkhitaryan. Just again missing that final pass. Back to Mkhitaryan again. Nice back heel there. El Matador starting to move forward now. Mkhitaryan again looking for Correa. Will he keep this one alive? No, he won't. Corner to Inter. Swung in. Lukaku's there. Goalkeeper called into action. Final 15 now. Less than. Mkhitaryan. Here's Martinez. El Matador, a show of frustration. He's banging on this door, but it just won't open for him.
I think Jose there asking how many pauses he's got left. But again, as we know from talking to players, any signs of frustration you see from your opponent, you're basically telling them that you've got them. It's basically telling you or giving you a signal of, yep, I've got you where I need you. And again, yes, there was a great opportunity for El Matador. Doesn't quite make the finish. There's still time on the clock. There's still work to be done here. He can still find an opportunity. It's just a case of whether he can convert it when it comes his way.
Sostituzione per l'Inter.
So after what feels like an age, the pause is done. The throw-in comes in. Correa arrives. I think that one took a deflection. The throw-in routine works really well.
It just evaded everybody. It was intended for Lukaku. He missed his header, and it somehow bounces through to Correa.
El Matador laughing because he knows he's had 2 or 3 really good chances in this game. Is there another one in it for him?
Ball's still alive. Comes back out to Barella.
Mkhitaryan now. El Matador just trying to bait the defence out, but anywhere will do from Jose. And this will feel like an age again as El Matador retrieves this one. Jose more than happy with where the territory is currently.
Yeah, sometimes, as we said already, it doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to be effective. And right now, we're seeing that from Jose in abundance.
Good ball to Sane, and there's another man over as well. Mane is just fed a little bit too late, and well, Kimmich won't give that one up. But the 90th minute is approaching.
Il quarto uomo indica
4 minutes for El Matador. Or can Jose hang on to this lead? A lead he's held for so long in this game. It's been like a game of cat and mouse thus far. Oh, and he's given the ball away. At the feet of Mane now, and Jose, he's just going to lump this one anywhere. Needs to be fast here for El Matador. I think that one is all over. Jose, it wasn't pretty, but it gets the job done. He will see that one out. A scoreline of 1-0 is all he needs for all 3 points against El Matador. A close contest, but in the end, Bayern, they come out with the majority of the points.
Yeah, Jose, it just needed to be effective at the end of the day. It didn't need to be pretty. I think that's back-to-back match days where he's not really had, I would say, a typical performance you'd see from Jose, but it gets points on the board, it gets him over the line, and more importantly, it gets Bayern Munich over the line as well.
I said it felt like an age. That goal, the only goal in the game, scored in the 15th, 16th minute. That's a long, long time to defend. But Jose did just that, weathered all of the storms. There were plenty chances in it for El Matador. You can see that just visibly through his frustration at not taking any of them. There is the goal that separates our two players in the end. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, Bayern München, Semra, 7 points from 9. That is not bad at all. They'll be very happy with today's work.
That they will be indeed. In fact, there are 4 teams today that will walk away completely unbeaten after all of their games today. It's absolutely astonishing stuff from everybody when they turned up here in Barcelona and really brought, I guess, some firepower. But in any case, talking about Bayern Munich, yes, in the case of Jose, obviously brilliant news for him because he remains unbeaten in this tournament. Unfortunately for El Matador, coming in last match day, well, now it's 2 defeats in a row. And talking about the second game between Meromen and Mestre, you have to feel for Meromen as well, don't you? Because so many times now he's scored bucket loads of goals. He's come so insanely close to getting a point, but every single time history seems to be repeating itself because in the last few seconds of the game or minutes in injury time, he always seems to let that victory or that draw slip through his fingers, and such was the case then again today. But then in the Turkish Delight Derby, I'm calling it.
I like that.
Thank you.
I like that. It's not just Wes who can name the derbies. I like that.
Thank you very much. In game 1, what we saw are they're coming back from behind as well. And it was a bit of a disappointment for Mujahid because he would have been one of only 3 players to have won every single game so far this season.
Yeah, still undefeated as well as Jose, as you said, though. So Bayern will be pretty happy with Mujahid and Jose maintaining their records. Of course, that's something that it's a feather in your cap. You take forward, you go into the next match day with a bit more swagger than you usually would because you're saying, you know what, I don't care who I'm up against. I'm undefeated. So you've got to come in here and try and beat me.
I like that. I like that. Full of confidence, I imagine Mujahid will be feeling that way. Well, he happens to be with Wes right now in the mix zone, so we can have a little bit more insight then as to how he performed as well as Bayern Munich.
Congratulations, 7 points from 9. Really important result today.
It was really important, of course. Getting 7 or 9 points every match day is our goal, and we got 7. And we were expecting really tough games against Inter. They had 4 points before this match day, but we knew that 4 points is less than they deserved in the previous game, so we were expecting tough games. And GG's to them, they played really good, so we're really happy with 7 points.
That's good to hear. And of course, obviously for you on a personal note, welcome back. Obviously you were missing from Matchday 2. Of course, you've had a really good set of results since then. And obviously it's my first chance of talking to you. So how does it feel now slotting into Bayern Munich setup?
I'm really proud. I'm representing a club like Bayern. They're one of the biggest clubs in the world, and I'm playing alongside 2 of the world's best. So it's a great opportunity. I'm really grateful for that. And I'm training a lot, and I'm giving my best to represent them in the best way possible.
Yeah, you certainly are as it stands at the moment, of course. Looking slightly ahead now, match day 5. It is a pretty big tie. There's only 2 teams, there's 2 teams that we're referring to. Only 3 points separating between you and Arsenal. How are you feeling going into that game?
Of course, they're one of the standout teams of the season so far, and they're one of our biggest opponents for top 2 because our goal is to be in top 2 after the regular season. So, of course, we were expecting tough games, but as always, we will practice a lot, we will train hard, and we will be on the pitch to get 9 points as always.
Fantastic. It's great to hear from you. Again, congratulations once again. Semra, back to you guys.
Thank you very much to both of you, Wiz and Mujahid. Well, let's go ahead and take stock on how the day has panned out in the end. Here behind me, I've got the match results and all of the individual games as well. You can see really pretty reading from Manchester United. They bounced back after taking no points in match day 3, and they were up against none other than Arsenal in that English derby. So they've made up for that, licked their wounds and come back stronger. In the case of Barcelona, they've been able to keep their place at the top of the table as well with 9 points, a clean sweep. 2 more teams doing it, 4 in total so far this campaign. I'm sure we'll see more of it happening. And then in the case of Arsenal, also undefeated, the same as Bayern München. Both of them are collecting just 7 points. A very lopsided day, however, in terms of results here.
Yeah, and it just goes to show exactly what we say at the start of every match day. Keep an eye on the league table as things go, because you can definitely see where exactly games are won and lost, not only on the pitch but also league table, how that is affected by the games. As you said, big winners today would be the 9 pointers. Barcelona and Manchester United, they'll be really happy, but also Arsenal keeping pace with Barcelona. Bayern, who we said sort of omitted from our, Arsenal, Barcelona top 2. We forget about Bayern, so next week will be a true litmus test, I feel, of Arsenal and Bayern.
Speaking of which, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the league table then. We are halfway through the tournament now after 4 rounds of action, and Barcelona have now been here for 3 weeks running. It was AC Milan who really shocked us all whenever they kick-started things at the top of the table, but since then they've dropped down into 5th. Arsenal, we saw them momentarily take the lead earlier today, but they sit 3 points behind the Catalan outfit, and I think the two of you will probably agree that they may be the ones really to watch out for. But I'm sure Bayern Munich are also saying, hold on, wait a minute, we also have something to say here, as you've already pointed out, Harry. 22 points, not too far adrift either. Manchester United have been able to recoup from a very disappointing match day 3. They're 4th. AC Milan are 5th as well with 13 points, and AS Monaco have just been able to keep their place in the top 6. The reigning champions there, 1 point above AS Roma, and Inter, unfortunately for them, really just collecting point by point. Very disappointing day for them yet again.
Yeah, and you just kind of look at it now and you think, well, Inter have already played Monaco, so now they're relying on other teams to do them favours. We're getting to that part of the season, which, you know, we think about real world football and thinking of, oh, well, if certain teams beat each other, then we can go up in places. It's exactly the same thing here. Inter will be looking at other teams to now do them a little bit of a favour to get themselves back in. And of course, I think looking at the highlights going forward to match day 5, there's only one game we're all really looking at, right? It's Arsenal versus Bayern, right? That is it, right?
Oh, come on, there's other matches to look ahead
It's
to.
the
It
big
can't
one,
be just
come on.
that one. Is it maybe the big one? Hold your horses, mate. There's other exciting matches, but maybe that's the one that takes the cake. Fair enough. All right. So did you want to answer, Wiz? No.
No.
Okay.
No, he won't challenge me.
I wouldn't dare.
He'll have a chat with me afterwards.
All right, he'll see you outside in a moment. But let's go ahead and take a look at the leading goal scorers. Then Etorito, as we saw earlier today, 5 goals he managed to score, something he does very often. So don't take it personally if you happen to be on the receiving end. Well, he's 14 goals to the good then so far in first. Uzmukabel he's overtaken, now sits second with 12 goals. Still not too bad at all. The race is very tight indeed. Roxa third with 11. Those are your top 3. Obviously, you have to include Dominator as he has the same amount of goals as well. But we've seen some really interesting changes, more players picking up goals, but the one that again stands out, I would imagine, has got to be Merriman, right?
Yeah, absolutely, considering how many points he's procured, where Inter find themselves in the table. Really disappointing for Merriman on a personal note, to know he hasn't picked up any points for all of those 8 goals. They've all meant nothing. So
can't catch a break, can he?
Very disappointing for him, but I will say that top 4 star-studded. They're all absolutely incredible players, so congratulations to them. But Etorito is on top, as he often is.
heavy hitters, we can say, which is why we want to highlight Torito, because he is one of 2 players who are still not just undefeated, but they've won every single game that they've played so far. 4 from 4. So take a look at this. These are just some of his stats, but I don't know if there's anything in particular you want to mention about this this legend of the game.
It's his effectiveness in front of goal. You look at the stat that really sticks out there is 28 shots, 23 on target, 14 goals. So every shot he takes, every other one is a goal. So you can tell how effective he is in front of goal. And I think for anybody who is watching this at home, you know, we always have talks about, oh, well, you know, greatest players and who are the best players. You can easily say he's on anybody's Mount Rushmore in terms of players because he is that good. And it's great to see him back in the tournament. And, of course, he now heads up the goal table as well.
All right, well, let's see if the next player will find himself in your Mount Rushmore of greatest ever players for eFootball. It happens to be Roxa. And it's no real surprise. We're talking about Torito as one of the most influential players for a side and keeping the Catalans at the top of the pile. Well, Roxa's another reason as to why Arsenal have been gunning their way so successfully up to the top end as well, Harry.
Yeah, taking a few more shots than Torito, and I think it kind of plays into his gunslinging game style when you watch him play. He will happily shoot from distance, shoot on sight is the MO from Roxa. I would have to say, and I would hate to not badmouth, but maybe disregard his Maccabeal for a second, but if there was a man to maybe challenge Torito, could be Roxa. With the weapons he has at his disposal on that Arsenal team, he looks free-flowing and free-scoring.
Yeah, it's freaky how good he is in front of goal. And as we said, he'll take shots that aren't necessarily conventional. You'll see a lot of these players, they'll try and take an extra pass or an extra touch to just try and open up lanes. And Roxa's like, nope, I'm just going to hit this as hard as I can and hope for the best. But it works because it catches players unawares because they're like, well, he shouldn't score from that angle. It's like, well, no, if you take the shots at those angles, you take the risk. The reward is, as we said, being second in the table or third in the table for goal scored.
Well, I tell you what, fortune favours the brave, right? So it's probably a good thing for his sake that he is taking all of these risks, and they are paying off, as we've seen. Well, there's some honourable mentions because there are some other players that are unbeaten, even though they haven't won all of their games. For example, you guys can help me out here. I'm doing this from memory, so I'm sorry if I forgot anyone in the list. But Alex Alguacil, the Palma, Jose, I think Nexa as well, and Mujahid. I think I may be missing someone else.
Mujahid is correct.
Correct.
With an asterisk because he missed a match day.
He did miss a match day, but still.
And let me find...
So I think that might be everyone. Again, I apologise if I've managed to forget someone.
It's a rogues gallery, certainly, of players to select from.
Nexa sadly not lost on match day 3.
Did he? Oh, okay, apologies.
Sorry,
my apologies.
Sarah,
I got one of those wrong.
everyone.
Okay, in any case, well, it's brilliant to see all of these players doing so incredibly well. Well, let's go ahead and take a look then at match day 5 coming at you in just a short amount of time, in just a fortnight, really. And as you guys pointed out, games are coming thick and fast. I'm looking at your face, Wes. Can you just explain to me what that's all about?
Because he saw what I've saw, and I've saw what he saw, and the game that kicks off the day is Barcelona versus Monaco. And if the eFootball gods want to, maybe bless us with something else, if you want to give me Eterita versus us Maccabeal, I'll happily take that. I'll happily watch that from start to finish.
I'm afraid I need to see that as well.
I need to put an executive order
It's in my contract. I need to see that happen because that will be fireworks. 2 of the best players to ever grace the game going up against each other. A plethora of world titles in that one match. I mean, what more could we ask for? So please, eFootball gods, please.
And we are talking about potential champions this season, certainly one of the candidates at present, against the reigning champions as well. So all across the board, I imagine there's going to be all kinds of delicious matchups, whoever it ends up being.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because of the players that are on show, as we said, any type of combination through any of these teams, Manchester United versus Inter, Bayern Munich versus Arsenal, again, who's going to potentially try and finish second. That could be a real decider there. You got AC Milan versus Roma.
We've got an Italian derby.
Yeah, we've got an Italian derby as well. There's so many good matchups that are going to be there, both from a team standpoint and from a player standpoint.
Okay, anything else we should highlight about match day 5 as we gear up for it?
I feel like we've mentioned all of it, but we did say coming into it that Bayern versus Arsenal could decide who finishes within the top 2. So there could be a big point swing across all of these games, but that one in particular.
All right, guys. Well, that is a wrap then for today. Any final thoughts before we sign off here?
Don't miss the next match day.
We
saw it today. So many point swings and some fantastic games. So, yeah, make sure you're there.
Okay.
Indeed. Yeah, you don't want to miss a kick. You literally don't want to miss a kick. It can just change in a second.
And you don't want to miss Wes rocking up in his shorts as well, because the weather's only going to get a lot better from here. Harry,
absolutely.
I hope you bring him some competition in terms of style.
Try. I don't think I could compete, though. I think that's a one-sided contest.
Right, well, brilliant stuff, guys. It's ever a pleasure. Thanks so very much. Of course, we want you to be here as well with us next time round. So save the date. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time on April 22nd. That is a Saturday, so make sure you stay up on all the latest whenever it comes to the eFootball Championship Pro across all of our social media platforms. Until then, take care, everyone, and we'll see you very soon. Adios.